Good afternoon. I'm going to call this meeting to order. It's the Council and Authorities Concurrent Special Meeting in the Santa Clara Stadium Authority. So may we have roll call, please, Assistant City Clerk, Authority Member Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Park.
Here.
Councilmember Jane.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Here.
Mayor Gilmore.
I'm here. Hold on. It just threw me out. Sorry.
Oh, there. Okay.
Sorry,
Madam Mayor, may I run through the roll call once again, as I just
Yes,
realized
please.
we have a special stadium as well.
A special stadium authority. I think I called you Stadium Authority Clerk.
Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Vice Chair Shahal.
Present.
Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Board Member Park.
Here.
Board Member Jane.
Here.
Board Member Becker.
Here.
And Chair Gilmore.
Yes, here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we have a few items on closed session. We're going to go to public comment. Do we have any public comment on items that are scheduled for closed session? Clerk, do you see any hands up?
I do not see any hands. I have no e-comments at this time either.
Okay, we will be adjourning to closed session. Thank you. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the AB 23 announcement?
Yes, please.
Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you. I also have something to read as well. So good afternoon or good evening and welcome to today's City Council meeting. The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara's Public Health Department orders and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19, including the following of social distancing protocol and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your own home or office. Members of the public can join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. In addition to social distancing, all of us in city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleaning, as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do. I want to thank all Santa Clarans for all of your efforts in following the very serious steps we are taking as we shelter in place and conduct essential activities that are crucial for the health and safety of our community. So we're going to move on to the council agenda. Before we start, there's a couple of statements that I want to make about things that are happening in our world. The first thing I wanted to say is that today, the world breathed a collective sigh of relief upon hearing the verdicts finding Derek Chauvin guilty on all counts of George Floyd's murder. We are one step closer to seeing what we all hope to see, which is enduring social change. As stated by Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, today's verdict is the first step towards justice, which is accountability. President Biden this afternoon spoke of the Floyd family. Today's verdict is a step forward. Nothing can ever bring back their brother, their father, but this can be a giant step forward in the march towards justice in America. I call on our community to celebrate the verdicts in a calm and lawful manner, and to look at this as an opportunity to show compassion and kindness to our neighbors of diverse backgrounds. Thank you. I would also like to ask the City Council and the public to join me in a moment of silence honoring the lives lost at the April 15th, 2021 Indianapolis FedEx shootings. Before we begin our rest of the meeting today, I'd like to take a moment to call out the despicable and tragic act last week that led to the deaths of 8 people, including 4 Sikh Americans. It is an unspeakable tragedy for the entire country. On April 15th, 2021, the world lost 8 beautiful souls. In addition, 7 people were wounded in this horrific attack. Our thoughts, prayers, and condolences are with the victims' families, friends, and community. Our country is suffering. Let us now observe a moment of silence to honor the lives of the victims of the FedEx mass shootings in Indianapolis, Indiana. However, before we go to that moment of silence, Vice Mayor Chahal asked if he could say a few words on this as well. So Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is really tragic. Like this is, I think, more than 45th mass shooting in the United States this year. And this is too tough. Like it's so many lives have been lost and so many families are suffering. And on April 15th at the FedEx shooting, we lost 8 families. And as mentioned by the mayor, 4 of them were from the Sikh families. And it is tragic. And these things keep happening for so long. And 2 major issues which we need to look at are, one is the gun control, gun safety, and other is the mental health issue. And we as a leaders, and so many of my community people and residents have talked to me about this thing. I think we have to start something from the city level. I'm not happy what's going on at the national level, but so long, so many lives have been lost and there's nothing being done. And today only, I think Colorado governor signed some changes to the gun safety laws. And to show our residents and our country, we need to set up some example. And I will be ready to discuss with among my council members, what can we do on this thing at a city level to send a message to the country and to the county and to the state that we need to act on this thing. Gun safety is important and we need to make something do. And as such, I will be bringing forward some suggestion what we can do at our level, but this cannot continue. 8 families are suffering today and so many other families are suffering whenever this thing happened. So that's I also feel really bad about this thing and say my condolences to all these families and all the families who have lost their loved ones to unjustified gun violence in this country. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask that we observe a moment of silence to honor the lives of the victims of this FedEx mass shooting in Indianapolis, Indiana. Thank you, everyone, for that. And I would really like to start a council meeting without honoring the lives of shooting victims, as we have been doing, as the vice mayor said. You know, lately it's just too much. You know, so much suffering. So thank you for that moment of silence for those that have been lost. All right. Next, we have reports of actions taken in closed session. City Attorney, you have a report.
Thank you, Mayor. On the Yumori Kaku litigation, I am announcing out of closed session that the council unanimously approved the settlement agreement with the plaintiffs in that case. A summary of the terms of that settlement agreement are as follows. 1, the city will enter into a stipulation for the entry of a second amended judgment. That means it will modify the previous judgments that the court has issued. In terms of monetary changes, there is an additional amount to be paid of $712,500 to the plaintiffs for their costs on appeal, their fees and costs on appeal, and that will be the final judgment that the city will pay to the plaintiffs. An additional provision of the settlement agreement is that on or before June 1st, 2021, the City Council will enact a resolution calling an election to seek voter approval of an amendment to our charter. The amendment to the charter will require the election of all City Council members except the mayor from single member districts, with the requirement that candidates reside within their respective districts in accordance with the judgment. The election system included in the proposed charter amendment shall also in all respects comply with applicable governing provisions of state law. And in the event that the state or county enact changes to the election procedures originally contemplated by the resolution adopted by the city shall enact such resolutions or other legislation to place the charter amendment on the ballot in time such that it will be in effect for the November 2022 elections. The election system included in the proposed charter amendment shall not shorten any of the terms of the previously elected members of the City Council. The resolution calling for the vote on the proposed charter amendment shall provide at a minimum for the following: that 2 or more City Council members who support adoption of the proposed charter amendment shall be authorized to and shall jointly file an official ballot argument in favor of the proposed charter amendment. The City Council members authorized to file such ballot argument, or at least 2 other City Council members authorized to do so by the Council, shall also file a rebuttal argument to any argument against the proposed charter amendment that may be filed. Neither the City Council nor any of its members shall file a ballot argument in opposition to the proposed charter amendment in their official capacity. The ballot argument in favor of the proposed charter amendment shall contain informational language describing the city's previous at-large election system and the circumstances and reasons relating to its having been held in violation of the California Voting Rights Act by the court's amended judgment, and shall describe the reasons for which the voters might wish to permanently adopt a bi-district election system of the kind ordered by the court in that amended judgment and used in the 2018 and 2020 City Council elections. Should the voters not approve the proposed charter amendment presented to them, or should no other amendment be presented for approval in an election for any reason, the city will not oppose any injunctive relief under the court's retained jurisdiction sought by plaintiffs to require the election of all City Council members except the mayor from at least 6 single-member districts, with a requirement that candidates reside within their respective districts. And then it contains the settlement contains a release of the city and its officers from any further liability by the plaintiffs. And it contains other standard language in settlement agreements. And it also contains the form of the stipulated judgment that will be entered into by the court. That stipulated judgment recites the fact that plaintiffs were entitled to recover $3,364,955.61 and costs of $174,549.90, plus accrued interest of $490,584.70. All those amounts have been paid. In case the public is wondering whether they have been paid, they have been paid. But in addition, the judgment will provide for an additional amount of $712,500. And upon payment of those amounts, the defendant, that's the city, will be deemed to have fully satisfied its obligations to the plaintiffs under the settlement agreement for money. And in accordance with the First Amendment judgment, the court will retain jurisdiction over the parties, that's the plaintiffs and the city. And after the ballot measure, if the ballot measure is submitted and the ballot measure passes, then the city will be entitled to move for dismissal of the action, and the court will no longer have any jurisdiction over the city. That is a summary of the terms of the settlement. Upon a full execution by the city, we will release a copy of the settlement agreement to anyone who asks for it. That's all I have. If there are any questions, I can answer them. Mayor, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I see that. When will this be executed, city attorney? And be
As
available for the public?
I don't know. I have executed it and I have sent it to the other two people that have to execute it by the city, but I would assume by tomorrow it should be
So
available.
within a day or two?
Within a
correct?
day or two.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're good.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have
All right.
any actions for closed session, from closed session?
The action was the approval of the settlement agreement.
Yeah, there's nothing else
That I need to
to
report.
report out?
Nothing that I need to report.
Okay. All right, then we move on then to our continuances and exceptions. And I think we have a number 2 there to continue. And I think there's another item too. So is there a motion to move continuance?
Mayor,
Or E.
yes, I wanted to request continuance of item 4E until May 4th. We're going to defer that and bring it back.
So, but we have this first one though.
Yes,
Okay. To continue adoption of ordinance to reinstate the International Exchange Commission. What's the day? Continue to May
May
25th.
25th.
So should we take action on that one first? Is there a motion to approve the continuance of this item 2?
Motion to approve.
Okay, we got a motion by Councilmember
Second.
and a second by Councilmember Jane. Any questions, comments from anyone, any member of the public on this continuance? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. The second item requested for continuance until May, what was it, May 3rd, May 4th?
Until May 4th, that's item 4E.
4E, which is action on the federal and state income tax exempt reporting for fiscal year 2019-20. I remember back then. Okay, 2019-20. So do we have a motion to continue that item?
Almost.
Second. Mayor, Mayor, this is
Yes.
City Attorney. Can we also include item 1B, the closed session item, which we didn't get to?
Okay,
Oh,
let me.
that's
finish
right.
this one. Thank you. So we have 4E, we have a motion by Councilmember Becker, and I can't remember who did the second.
I think I did.
Okay, Councilmember Jane, motion second. Any discussion, council public on this one? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, we'll talk for continuance on that one.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, thank you, and that passes unanimously. The next item up for continuance to whenever we can put it on our closed session is item 1B, conference with legal counsel regarding the TAP International Financial Audit titled Contract Closeout Review Convention and Visitors Bureau. Is there a motion to continue that?
All motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Jane. Any discussion on that item? Okay, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. All right, we're going to move on now to our special order of business. As a special order of business tonight, I'm pleased to announce that the Islamic holy month of Ramadan started last week on April 13th, 2021. Ramadan takes place for approximately 30 days and is celebrated by millions of Muslims across the globe every year during the ninth month of the Islamic lunar calendar. In Ramadan, those who can fast each day from dawn to dusk. Ramadan is much more than a fasting period, though. It's a holy month rooted in culture, faith, and history. Across the globe, Muslims mark this time with vibrant celebrations that are unique to their region and passed on through generations. In the city of Santa Clara, we are so proud that many Muslims from diverse cultural backgrounds choose to make their homes here. We are equally proud that the Muslim Community Association, as we know them, the MCA, Granada Islamic School, and many other community groups are in our city of Santa Clara. I'd like to now show the City Council's Ramadan greeting to our Muslim community. I think we're going to show a video now. I'm Mayor Lisa Gilmore. On behalf of the City of Santa Clara, I want to send our warmest wishes to all the Muslims in our city and across the Bay Area. Ramadan is a special observance based on self-reflection, helping others, and coming together in the spirit of service. The Muslim community gives to charitable organizations that help people from all faiths in the United States and around the world.
On behalf of District 6, I want to send the warmest wishes to all the Muslims in our district and across the Bay Area. Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan is the holy month of fasting and spiritual renewal for Muslims worldwide and is the 9th month of the Muslim calendar year.
On behalf of District 3, I want to send warmest wishes to all the Muslims in our district and across the Bay Area. Ramadan Mubarak. This month is observed with fasting, increased prayer, and faithful intention. I understand the power of fasting. For religious reasons, I too fast for 24 hours once a month and give alms. This holy time is also spent focusing on charitable work, increased time in spiritual worship, and donating money to feed those in need.
Salam alaikum to my brothers and sisters in our Muslim community. Ramadan Mubarak. I commend your efforts to feed the hungry as well as your commitment to charity. Many people are now realizing the health benefits of intermittent fasting, which is one of the key practices that Muslims observe during this month. I like the idea that experiencing hunger makes people more compassionate to the food insecure. I appreciate the rich cultural heritage and diversity that Muslims bring to Santa Clara. Ramadan Mubarak.
Muslims contribute greatly to charitable organizations that help people from all faiths in the United States and around the world by providing medical assistance, family services, scholastic supplies, food for the hungry, and essential services. On behalf of District 4, I want to send warmest wishes to all the Muslims in our district and across the Bay Area. Ramadan Mubarak.
On behalf of District 2, I wish our Muslim community in Santa Clara and the entire region Ramadan Mubarak. As this holy month is celebrated, the Muslim community further strengthens their testimony of faith, prayer, and charitable giving. May you all be guided in your faith and shine in divine blessings this entire month. May this Ramadan brings joy, health, and wealth to you all. Ramadan Mubarak.
On behalf of District 1, I want to send warmest wishes to all the Muslims in our district and across the Bay Area. Ramadan Mubarak. In this challenging time of uncertainty, let us come together and recognize that faith, good deeds, and diversity in worship is a beautiful thing, and support one another. Ramadan Mubarak.
Bay Area Muslims are a valued part of our community who contribute so much to what makes our city great. We are proud that so many Muslims have chosen to live and work in Santa Clara. In this challenging time, let us come together to recognize the universal message of community service and strength in diversity, including diversity in worship. I wish you all a fulfilling and gratifying month. Ramadan Mubarak.
You're muted, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I want to thank our communications department for spending the time to put that all together from all of us to the community. So on behalf of the City of Santa Clara, also, I'd like to present this certificate of special mayoral recognition to the Muslim community, honoring the holy month of Ramadan and wishing all Muslims in our city and across the world a blessed and spiritually fulfilling month. We are honored today to have with us Dr. Mohammed Nadeem, the president of MCA, and Osman Khan, the principal of Granada Islamic School. So I'm going to present this virtually now to them, but I'm hoping that they can say a few words to our community. So Dr. Nadeem.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. Thank you, members of the council. This is such a privilege and an honor to be here this evening. Thank you so much for what you do for the city of Santa Clara and the Muslim Community Association. We're really proud of not only our city council and the mayor, but the entire community at large. Ramadan this year is slightly different than the previous years simply because of the COVID and the county guidelines. But you know, we are really proud of what our community is doing, social distancing, face masks, and all the county guidelines we are following. In the normal years, Mayor, council members, we usually have every single night during the month of Ramadan, anywhere from 2,500 to 3,000 people every single night. But because of the COVID now, we are averaging about 600 to 700. One of the things that we have really done extremely well over the past few weeks is MCA was a vaccination center last week. That was so awesome. We had not just a Muslim, but the entire community at large came for vaccination. The other thing, Mayor Gilmore and council member, what we are doing is that for the last few months, we, in collaboration with the Support Life Foundation, every single Saturday, we are giving food boxes, groceries, and it brings you know, people in the community together. So we're really proud of our presence here in Santa Clara. And I really want to thank all of you for the tremendous support and what you have done for the MCA. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nadeem. Do we have Osman here? Osman Khan?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Osman Khan. I'm the principal, the head of school of Granada Islamic School. And I want to second what Dr. Nadeem said. Really want to thank you for, you know, honoring the Muslim American constituency in Santa Clara. It's an honor to be recognized, you know, in this month of Ramadan. We're about an hour away from fasting. As you can tell, my voice is probably a little bit off, but really want to appreciate everything that you guys do for us. Really, really grateful. We're starting our school back up again. We're stage 2 reopening. Hopefully by next year, we're able to come back in full force. So really, really thank you so much for this honor. Really appreciate it. On behalf of everyone at Granada Islamic School, thank you.
Thank you so much, Principal. We all miss coming out there as well. I know there's so many community events at the MCA and the Granada Islamic School, and we do miss coming out, but we want to thank you so much for everything that you've done for our community, all of us in the community, especially during the pandemic. It's been hard on so many people, but you have never stopped giving. You are always giving back, no matter who it is in our community. And so we are so grateful to have you here and have you here for decades and for decades more. You're such a huge part of our community. So thank you so much for joining us this evening. We'll make sure that you get this, and Ramadan Kareem to all. So thank you so much for coming this evening.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item we have on our agenda is a verbal report from the city manager regarding COVID-19 pandemic. City manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. The status update on the state of COVID-19 emergency is provided for the council review per Government Code Section 8630. But before that, I want to share an announcement about a recent service award. I want to share that our City of Santa Clara Water and Sewer Utilities is the recipient of the Santa Clara Valley section of the Clean Water Environment Association Sewer Collection System of the Year for medium-sized cities. This is a testament to the work of the entire water and sewer utilities team, from customer service and administrative staff to engineers, compliance staff, field crews, and public works staff. The entire team helped to make this winning possible. The city's application highlighted its commitment to customer service, which is really second to none, as we all know, and its commitment to protecting the environment and public health by preventing sanitary sewer overflows on the city's 288 miles of sewer mains. With this pandemic, when the pandemic began, many dedicated city staff continued their work to provide vital services to the Santa Clara customers. The water and sewer team is one of those groups, and winning this award during COVID makes it even more special. So with that, I want to begin with, we are in our orange tier, which remains less restrictive, and the state's regarding the state's blueprint for a safer economy. The 7-day average of new daily COVID cases yesterday was 144. Last Monday, April 11th, this number was 103. And the previous Monday, April 5th, it was 110. Over the past week, new hospitalizations have been below 20 for the most part, and only 5% of ICU beds were taken by COVID patients as of yesterday. 4 COVID deaths were reported yesterday, and the county has reached a cumulative total of 2,017 COVID-related deaths. The COVID positivity rate has been between 1 and 1.2% over the past week. The Board of Supervisors met this afternoon, and I will have Chief Emergency Services Officer Lisa Schoenthal provide the late breaking news. But I just want to touch base on an update on vaccinations. There has been significant progress being made with vaccinating our community, as the slides will show. So let's move on the slides. The percent of residents who have completed at least one vaccine dose as of April 19th are 16 and older, it's at 58.3%. 50 and older, it's at 70.6%. 65 and older, 76%, and 75 and older, 75.8%. Next slide, please. The percent of residents who have completed vaccinations as of April 19th, 16 and older, 32.3, 50 and older, 46.2, 65 and older, 62.9, and 75 and older, 65.5. The county's supply of vaccine increased so much last week. The county was able to expand eligibility to everyone 16 years and older by 2 days early and began on April 13th. This is because the United States Health Resources Service Administration provided additional vaccine supply to the county's federal qualifying health centers. The county also provided doses to Kaiser and Sutter Palo Alto Medical Foundation last week. The county will continue to receive vaccine supply directly from the federal government in addition to the allocations received from the state. Because of ample supply, the vaccination clinic at Levi Stadium is providing over 10,000 vaccines per day, according to the county. And Levi's broke a statewide record of more than 12,000 doses in one day last Tuesday, April 13th. Let's go to the next slide. As the slide shows, sccfreevax.org is still the county's site for the community to visit to schedule vaccine appointments, or 211 is available as well. Appointments may also be made at local national pharmacies at myturn.ca.gov, the state's website. In terms of COVID testing, the county urges COVID testing to continue, even for those who have been vaccinated, since all variants are still of concern and circulating in our county. The county clarified that if fully vaccinated individuals stay home and only interact with members of their household, then those individuals do not need to continue to test regularly. Free COVID testing continues on the second and fourth Wednesday of the month at Central Park Library. The schedule is confirmed through June 2021. Appointments can be made up to 7 days in advance at sccfreetest.org, and they are available next Wednesday, April 28th is our next testing date. Let's go to the next slide for emergency rental assistance information. The city will continue to receive pre-applications for phase 3 of the emergency rental assistance program through April 23rd. This is for the city of Santa Clara residents who owe back rent and have an income of less than 80% of the area median income to apply. For details of this program, visit the webpage santaclaraca.gov/rent relief. In terms of our library, let's go on to the next slide. Beginning yesterday, April 19th, Central Park, Mission Branch, and Northside Branch libraries offered time-limited in-person access and support to meet the public's need and interest for internet and print services. We remain excited to welcome back patrons for limited in-person public internet computer access, printing, and copying services. Santa Clara City Library cardholders will be granted access to the public computer lab for a 30-minute session each day. Printing and copying services will also be available for a small fee through cash or credit card. As expected, patrons will be required to follow state and county public health requirements, be COVID-19 symptom-free, wear a face mask or covering, and maintain social distancing. For more information, you can visit sc@library.org or email librarians@santaclaraca.gov, or you can call 408-615-2900. Also, beginning yesterday, the Santa Clara Senior Center transitioned the senior nutrition program to curbside walk-up and pickup meal service. The service has been available at the front of the senior center on Fremont Street for the past year. One advantage of providing walk-up service only will be the reduction in required staff from 17 to 20 people per day down to 9 to 12 staff per day. This reduces our cost burden without compromising the health and safety protocols that remain in effect. Staff will assist with managing the main parking lot and entrance and exit. The county has communicated that the senior nutrition program sites can consider reopening indoors for congregate meal service with limitations once the county has been in the least restrictive yellow tier for at least 1 month. And we will continue to monitor the program service and health and safety protocols, adjusting as necessary. So for the county update, I'm going to switch over to Lisa to provide us any late breaking information with respect to COVID.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Lisa.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, and good evening, council members. Thank you also, City Manager Santana. I just have a few things to add to City Manager Santana's report. During the COVID update to the Board of Supervisors this afternoon, County Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody stated the COVID case count decline has ended, and there is a gentle bump up in cases, as was notable in the number City Manager Santana provided, though the number of hospitalizations is decreasing. The county's adjusted case rate is 3.2 cases per 100,000 of our population, and it needs to be less than 2 to move to the least restrictive yellow tier 4. Dr. Ahmad Kamal, the county's healthcare preparedness director, who I've quoted many times to you, he used the word stable twice today in discussing the status of our hospitals. Hospitalizations are stable with approximately 100 COVID patients across the county hospitals. Length of stay is also stable, and length of stay is one indicator of whether or not disease is more severe. Severity of cases is mostly flat. So there is no significant change in the signals to indicate a change in disease severity. So with the various variants that are out there, this is encouragement. The county expects to reach the 1 millionth vaccine administered in the county this week, which is a significant milestone since 1.6 million residents are eligible for vaccination. And this concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions for Lisa or the city manager on anything here? If not, we appreciate the report. It sounds like it's getting better, more positive at least for us and for us here, but you know, we always have to be diligent, but thank you very much for those reports. All right, we're going to move on. But we're going to move backwards a little bit because I did not see Samina Usman. There she is. I did not see Samina Usman there earlier, and I know that she's the one that requested the proclamation on Ramadan, and I didn't give her a chance to speak, so I urged her to come back. So thank you so much, Samina.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming back.
Dr. Nadine and Brother Usman did an incredible job representing the community, but I guess my cat wants to be on the camera too. So, no, but I wanted to thank you so much for recognizing Ramadan. It truly means a lot, especially given this pandemic where, you know, normally we gather together for prayer, for meals. You know, we would have this communal, you know, dinner at the mosque that would serve hundreds of people. And given the pandemic, of course, we haven't been able to do that. I mean, slowly we're coming back to it by by being able to pray, but of course in smaller numbers. But again, it's a very different Ramadan than what we've experienced in the past. And so it does mean a lot to see from our elected officials that they recognize this blessed month, that they recognize the acts of worship and philanthropy and just good deeds that the Muslim community has been doing in order to uplift all. And so, as mentioned, in partnership with Support Life Foundation, to be able to donate those boxes of food, it's been since the pandemic began, I believe since since August. The Support Life Foundation has been able to distribute about over 1 million pounds of food just from the MCA itself. And so that's an incredible endeavor, and we're very thankful to be partnered with Second Harvest and with MCA in order to do so. So again, thank you so much again. I really appreciate it, and hopefully we'll be back to normal, pretty soon, and be able to have you over for dinner again for the iftar. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And I know the community we all really enjoy that so much. At least, attending and coming to MCA has been wonderful. And thank you for all you do for the community, especially feeding the community during this time that it's, so needed in our community, the food. So thank you so much, Samina, and thank you for coming back. And I'm sorry I didn't get you earlier, but I got you on now. I got you on now, so yay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Is there any, I saw a public hand for possibly the verbal report on the pandemic. Okay, I don't see any more hands. So we're going to move on to our next item on the agenda, which is the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. And I just wanted to state for the record that I will be abstaining on item 4J, and that item is in regards to the Franklin Mall, since my office is there, adoption of a resolution of intention for parking maintenance district number 122, Franklin, they call it here Franklin Square. So I'll be abstaining on that item for the record. Councilmember Jane.
And that's the item that I would like to pull.
Okay, so 4J, any other council members pulling any items? Any member of the public? Okay, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the balance of the
Second.
calendar.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Watanabe, second by Councilmember Jane. Any other discussion on the balance of the consent calendar? Okay, Assistant City Clerk.
Okay, Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Chair Gilmore.
Yes, noting my abstention on 4J.
Duly noted, thank you.
Okay, and that passes unanimously. Next, we have public presentations. Are there any members of public that would like to say anything that's not on the agenda? So we have a hand, Cynthia, please go ahead, Cynthia.
Hi, yes, so we are the owner on the Fresno Street. We applied for the ADU. But it have been very slow. So we apply our architectures, submit the ADU plan in early December. And then we kind of waiting, and until January coming 2021, we didn't see any response, and we checked on the website and we didn't see our application. And then I left a message to the planning department, and then we found out that our application got into the spam folder for more than 3 weeks. And then I have my my architecture to contact the planning department, and it figured out it was in spam folder, and then it got put it back into the system in early January. And then by early February, it passed the planning department, and my architecture revised the plan and submitted over to the building department on February 17th. We got the first comment from the building department on around March 28th. And our architecture is very cooperative. In 3 days, he submit the revised plan again. And then we are waiting over here. So we want to see whether, I think the council passed the resolution to ADU building have to be approved, or at least get some words to the owner in 60 days. So I want to see whether the council member can help us out.
Okay, so thank you, Cynthia. And I know you haven't given us your address or anything, but I'm wondering, staff, could we refer this to you?
Absolutely.
Thank you, city manager. So you can tell Ms. Cynthia who she should contact, or someone can contact her. So that we can, we encourage ADUs, we have, and we want to get them up and built. So
yeah.
City manager.
Sure. Should I just give the office number, phone number over? Okay.
Yeah.
So if you could give us a call at 408-615.
Hang on 1 second. Let me get my
Okay.
get my pen. Let me get my.
I'm wondering if Simrat can put it in chat or.
Okay,
yes, I have her email, Deanna. I can email her directly.
Let's do that.
Okay.
If you can email her directly, the city manager's office, and we'll get in contact.
And people answer the phone there too, so it's good.
Yeah. Okay. I can get both would be good. Yeah. What is the phone number again?
Oh.
You're going to get the contact information via email from Simrat Dodley.
Simrat's going to send you an email. Simrat. Okay.
So you can get me. So they should have my email. Is on the application. My address is 2985.
Oh, you don't have to give us your address. That's okay. You don't have to give us your address, but the email, we'll be sending you an email with the city manager's phone number.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you for letting us know, and good luck with your ADU. Get that up and built.
Yes. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
We do. Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. Bye.
Thanks. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on anything that's not on the agenda? Dan, go ahead, Dan. Dan, go ahead.
I had a little unmute problem. Sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, council members, city management and staff. This is Dan Undersec from Reclaiming for downtown. And we want to say we're very pleased at the high level of interest in form-based code from council staff and planning. 5 years ago, we didn't know what it was. And since then, we've heard from multiple urban planners and city managers from across the country how, when it's used correctly, is transformational for cities and specifically for downtowns. We're fortunate to have David Sargent working with WRT on the downtown, and Mr. Sargent's a foremost expert of the benefits of form-based code and has worked throughout the nation. Therefore, our group would like to respectfully formally request that David Sargent conduct a study session with council and the mayor and council staff, management, et cetera, and all of us to completely understand the benefits of form-based code. We understand, this is kind of late breaking, that the Planning Commission had made a similar request. And I wanted to see if possibly the Planning Commission could join with council in attendance, which would save the city time and money. But I think it's a very important tool that can be used not only for what we're working on, but beyond that, into the future. So Santa Clara has that as a tool to move forward with. So I just wanted to put that out there, and our group did as well. So I want to thank you for considering this, and we are always here for you if you need our help to make that happen. So thank you all. I only took a minute.
No,
it's a record.
You took two, but that's okay. We're not.
Oh, that was two?
Okay.
I was studying my notes carefully.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Mary, go ahead, Mary. Mary, you're muted.
Can
There
you
go.
hear me?
Yes, now we can. Go ahead, Mary.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank all of the city council for and the planning commission for the interest shown on the form-based code. And I want to thank Dan for bringing this up to you today. And I highly, highly recommend this meeting with Mr. Sargent. He is an excellent resource for building a wonderful downtown, and of course the form-based code. Thank you very much. And that's it.
All right. Thank you, Mary. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right, we're going to move on with our agenda. And the next is consent items pulled for discussion. We have one consent item pulled for discussion, and that's regarding the Franklin Mall item 4J. So I will be abstaining and stepping off now. And I'm going to turn the meeting over to Vice Mayor Raj Chahal to run this particular item 4J. Thank you. Just let me know when you're finished and I'll come back. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mayor. So item 4J, adoption of resolution for intention for parking maintenance district number 122 Franklin Square. So Councilmember Suds Jane, I think you pulled the item.
Yes, I wasn't sure if staff wanted to give a presentation, but I'm happy to dive into my questions.
Would you like to have a staff presentation before that?
I don't know if staff was
We can provide a verbal summary of the action, okay, or we can just answer questions. It is a consent calendar item, so we don't generally have a PowerPoint presentation prepared, but we can provide a verbal summary and answer questions if you like.
So I'll ask my questions.
Okay.
So I've been concerned about this for quite some time. Fundamentally, the owners of the parcels, the private owners of the parcels, contribute about $14,000 to essentially what are capital improvements to sidewalks and things, but they don't contribute anything for the maintenance. And it turns out that the city contributes about $130,000 to the maintenance of basically sidewalks. And if you look at any shopping district like the Mervyn's Plaza, the city doesn't contribute anything to the operations and maintenance and cleaning of that mall. Now, when I did a calculation, I found that there's 4.02 acres of land in this Franklin Square area, and the private land constitutes 1.46 acres. So that's 36% of the land area. Yet the private landowners contribute zero to the cleaning and maintenance and landscaping of this mall. And the fountain, we've shut down the fountain because of budget constraints. But they do contribute $14,000 to a fund that goes into capital repairs. Now, if you take 36% of the full cost of $150,000, the private owners should rightfully contribute 36% of that, which is $56,000. Yet they're only paying zero for maintenance, landscaping and cleaning and sweeping, and they're contributing to this capital improvement fund. So now I've been complaining about this for a number of years, that they're essentially contributing 10%, if you want to include the capital funds in this, which I believe is a huge subsidy of public funds to private owners of property at the Franklin Mall. And so I had wanted to do an ordinance to revise this. The $14,000 was established in 2003. And under that ordinance, there was no cost of living increase in that. So for 18 years, the value has been set at 14,200. So there have been a number of ordinances and resolutions. In 1980, Ordinance 1401 was established to provide for the assessment. In 1995, there was Resolution 6088. In 1996, there was Resolution 6105. In 2003, there was Resolutions 7026 and 7041. Now, the city attorney had originally said that because the mayor owns property and she serves on the council, that we could not pass a resolution per some government code. But we actually filed a clarification with the FPPC, and the FPP said that they're not ruling on that. So, which means that I believe that we are fully able to pass an ordinance to change the terms of this maintenance agreement for parking maintenance district. So I would like the city attorney to weigh in on that, and I would like to see where we go from here. Thank you.
Yeah, Council Member Jane, thank you. You didn't state it exactly correctly. I never said that we couldn't do it. I said I wanted to look into whether we could do it. And I did look into whether we could do it, and the FPPC would not answer the question. So the question is, under Government Code Section 1090, is the council prohibited from essentially entering into an agreement with a property owner who is also on the council? And I'm not authorized to opine on 1090. I can't give you the answer, but it based on informal conversations, it appears that it's possible that the rule of necessity would allow the council to make a change in the formula, but I can't give you an ironclad answer one way or the other. So it's up to the council to decide whether they think under the rule of necessity, they can proceed with making a change in the formula. So that's all I can really say about the application of Government Code Section 1090. If there's any questions about that?
So
I would like to just, for purposes of the item on the agenda, this is a resolution of intent to levy the benefit, the assessment for the parking maintenance district number 122. It is for purposes of putting it in place for fiscal year 2021-22. The council can continue the policy discussion about changing the assessments throughout the year, but this action before the council right now is just to continue with the assessments until there can be proper processes put in place if there is a policy change. So I just, if there's boundaries in terms of how much we can discuss with respect to setting policy versus what this item is on the agenda and noticed for.
So City Manager, if I may ask a question, if we pass this thing today,
yes,
and let's say council decide in 2 months to have an ordinance, new resolution, then can we do that? Or if we do this thing, it will be binding for 21-22?
This is binding for 21-22 because there is a process in place to assess the property owners that is established by state law. The council, if based on the FPPC letter, so if you recall, the referral was made and we were to receive the FPPC letter for further determinations. So I believe the city attorney just recently received the letter. We need to package that up and bring the referral back to council for further policy deliberations so that any changes, if they are made, they're for the next fiscal year, because there isn't time right now to make the changes under the requirements of state law, notice and have the voting parcel members make or approve, consider those changes and vote and bring it back to the council for June. So this is for purposes, and I think we made mention of that at the time when the referral was made, is that we were going to continue with the normal process and then catch the policy up once we receive the FPPC letter. And so if you look at the council referrals, we are carrying it. And now that we have the FPPC letter, we'll need to write a staff report with the city attorney and bring that back for further conversation and policy setting by the council.
So basically, if we do this thing, we are bound to have 21, 22 under the same arrangement what we had last year, basically.
Yes,
Is that correct?
we will continue with what has been in practice. And I'm just, because there's the policy where there may be a change to the assessment that has not been noticed on the agenda, where property owners should be advised of a potential change and the council deliberating on it. There's limits of how far you should discuss the policy or the potential action. For this evening, what's on the agenda is to maintain in place, acknowledging that we have a referral outstanding that we need to bring back to the council for policy deliberation and proper noticing.
So keeping in view FPPC letter which just came in for clarification, do you think we can continue this item while I think city attorney has some comments to make? Can we continue this item so that on side by side we can discuss about the new resolution and do the right thing for 21-22?
I don't think, if we're going to have the assessment and the improvements and the maintenance in place, I think, and I'll defer to our Public Works Department in terms of how much time do we have, and whether we can come in terms of the schedule for meeting the deadline for July 1st.
Can I just interject a practical comment? And I think that is that the situation we're in right now is that there's a set formula, if you will, about maintaining these public facilities. I mean, the city owns them. I think we'd be foolish not to maintain them. And we have a formula for setting those assessments to continue maintaining them. From a practical standpoint, if you don't do anything tonight, you're jeopardizing our ability to comply with the current district formula. And so you would be, there would be questions about, how much money we would be spending on the maintenance. And again, I'll defer to staff on those practical issues. However, from a legal standpoint, if you wanted to change it, I don't think, it seems like you probably could. I can't say definitively because the FPPC won't answer the question, but it seems like you probably could look at changing the formula, but from a legal standpoint, you would have to engage in the process with the property owners and get their agreement to change the formula. So perhaps it would be enlightening for the Public Works Director to just briefly go through what that process would entail.
Yeah, thanks, City Attorney. This is Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. And so, yeah, the item before you tonight is to levy the assessment for the next fiscal year. And so in order to do that, there's a noticing process, and then we come back in June for the public hearing. And then if that's approved, we can assess next year's collection. And so short of approving that, then my understanding is that you wouldn't be assessing any fees for next year. In terms of a process for changing the way the assessments are handled in terms of the values that the property owners pay, as the city attorney had mentioned, this had been done in the past over the years by different ordinances, but there is a formal process that has to be completed. And in the last time that the council did this, my understanding, there was a council subcommittee that engaged with the property owners to go through this. But ultimately, you would have to, as a council, agree on what that new assessment would be. Ideally, there would be engagement and you'd hear feedback from the property owners. And then there is a voting process. So they would be noticed on here is the intent of City Council on what we want to propose for new fees for the assessment district. But ultimately it would go up for a vote. And in talking with the city attorney's office, my understanding is the city of Santa Clara is not a voting member of the assessment district. And so the property owners would vote, and it is done by size of the property. That's how much vote they get. And basically it's a 51%. So if 51% is against the new fees, then it wouldn't be levied.
Here's the issue that that I'm concerned with, and why we need to bring back a policy report, because if you take no action on the item as what has been suggested, if you defer it, what we don't know is, regardless of what the fees are, putting that aside, this is a maintenance district that has been established by owners of property. They have made a decision to self-assess themselves for additional benefits and maintenance. There are state laws with respect to making changes to maintenance districts or special districts where there's assessments that are above, over and beyond normal maintenance that the city provides. So I need to work with the city attorney to find out, and Craig and I, whether there are noticing requirements, and whether, how do you, when you're changing the policy, how do you notice the impacted property owners who have made the decision to assess themselves so that they can have these additional provisions. And so I don't know whether the council deferring it and or not taking any action on it for 21-22, whether that gives rise to the owners as being deprived of any privileges that they have based on their decision for over decades to vote for this assessment. There's processes of how you change maintenance districts that I need to put that into writing with the city attorney and Department of Public Works.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jane.
It seems absurd to me that the property owners have full rights to decide what their assessment is going to be with no input from the city, and that they've kept the same value for 18 years. I wish I had that deal. So I would like for staff to investigate the possibility of abolishing the maintenance district and then restarting. I don't know whether this has to be decided by June 30th and whether we can just defer this item until to a later council meeting and then decide before June 30th to do this assessment after we get more information about the possibility of abolishing and restarting the maintenance agreement. Thank you.
Staff, do we have any comments on Councilmember Jane's request?
It's the same comment as if there is action to abolish it. I don't have top of mind, and unless Brian or Craig does, in terms of what's the legal process to advise the property owners of the action of the desired action of the council.
I think we could bring back a report, but again, as a practical matter, if you abolish the district, that would mean you would collect zero from the property owners. And then the only way you could collect, reestablish the maintenance district would be by a vote of the property owners to assess themselves. So in practical terms, I don't know what you would be accomplishing in terms of getting more money from the property owners by trying to abolish the district or create a new district against the will of the property owners. We can't create a district against the will of the property owners who don't want to be in the district. So I don't know if the Director of Public Works has any other thoughts on that idea, but I'm having trouble understanding why we would do that.
Yeah, this is Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. No, that's correct. They would have to agree to be in the maintenance district. And this district goes back to the 60s, and going through the documents, it appears it was set up to purchase and construct those parking lots for the benefit of the Franklin Square, and that the property owners, there was bonds taken out, and the maintenance district was formed for the property owners to pay for that debt. And so the maintenance district did that. The property owners paid for that. And there reached a time, I believe in the 90s, where all the debt was paid. There was leftover money, and it went through a similar voting process in which it was agreed that the excess money was returned to the property owners because it was over and above what the debt service was. And then that's when they agreed at one point to determine maintenance costs that were, I believe, 75% paid for by the property owners. And then ultimately in 2001, that was changed to the current, or 2002-3 timeframe, changed to the current method. But ultimately they do have to vote, and they are noticed. They have to be given, I believe 45 days notice prior to any hearing. And then the ballots, they cast ballots to say whether they agree with the changes, if you're deciding to change it. And likewise, if you're abolishing it, I believe they are the ones that would have to vote on that. And as the city attorney mentioned, if there is desire to create some new district, they would need to vote to be involved in that new district. So the city can't unilaterally make changes here.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, Director of Public Works, for that explanation. Yeah, I have strong concerns about any kind of a change, especially now. And I believe I've expressed this before. In the middle, we haven't come out of the pandemic yet. These small businesses, they're mom and pop businesses, they've been impacted. I don't think this is the right time to start bringing up an issue of reassessing these properties. I appreciate that there would be a formal process to go through and to get all of the business owners and property owners input in making a final decision. But based on what I'm hearing, I think that it sounds like the property owners have the final say so, and I would think that they would have strong concerns about seeing these assessments changed as a result of the fact that you're dealing with public as well as private properties. So I'm glad that there will be a formal process, but I don't think that this is the right time to start bringing up this issue. And it sounds like it would be a complicated issue as well, not something that could be resolved overnight either. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I do have concerns about it as well, but it sounds like the upper hand. It sounds like the city can't do anything unilaterally, but I feel like the property owners have a lot of leverage, and I don't understand how they get. It seems like they do have unilateral ways to stop anything that the city wants to do. At the same time, on a clarification, which is this is not the businesses, the small mom and pop shops. This is the property owners that would be paying for the maintenance district. Is that correct?
Yes, it's assessed to the parcel owners.
And not to the mom and pop shops that are there, but
yeah, we don't know if it's passed through or that's an arrangement between the property owners and the tenants.
Understood. But I mean, I think it does make sense that as the costs increase, that the increases may not be totally passed on, but some of that would be borne by the property owners who are basically collecting rent on the businesses that are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Jain.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat this. The property owners are paying nothing for the sweeping and landscaping of these properties. They're only paying for capital improvements for, say, repouring concrete or things like that. So the city is subsidizing them to the tune of $130,000 per year, which has been going on for 50 years. That is an incredible gift of public funds. we had to shut down our fountains. I mean, at the very least, the property owner should be paying for running the fountains there. But we had to shut down our fountains because we don't have money for the fountains. I don't know what we need to do, but this just doesn't seem right to me. Thank you.
So if I may make some comment, like I'm also intrigued by the fact that city, despite paying the major share of maintenance of it, $130,000, and subsidizing it, has, as per staff, has no power to do anything. So that's very surprising, and we need to work out like how we can renegotiate with the property owners so that we at least we follow the cost of living, inflation, and do the right thing to do that. So those are my.
So the council does have, they do, you are the implementer of this maintenance district and allow for the levied assessment. So it's under your authority and compliance with the state law that puts in place this maintenance district. The issues here are, and we can bring back a memo, and I just have received a message from Ruth that we do have some access to consultants in this area through some of our TID work. But we can bring back a memo shortly to inform the council, given that it is the council's authority who creates the legal authority to levy the assessment. But when there are changes or when there is interest in abolishing, those are the questions and the procedures that the council needs to follow that I don't have top of mind, nor do our director and our city attorney right now. That's what the council needs to know so that it's guided with the right procedures to take the actions that are being expressed by certain members of the council. But for right now, that's not what's on the agenda. So obviously, if you want to defer it, I would suggest deferring it 2 weeks. Let's see if we can get this memo completed so that we can describe what a maintenance district is and the forms of changing it. It is a very true statement that once these maintenance districts are created, it is the voters who approve the assessment that have a lot of the authority with respect to, that for then on what happens. But I will try to get some information. I feel comfortable, and I didn't ask Craig, but maybe 2 weeks. And then if we are at our limit with time from there, I will advise the council as well. Craig, do you have any concerns with a 2-week deferral to May 4th?
Yeah, the biggest thing I need to look at right here is the noticing, and I believe
the noticing schedule.
We were scheduling the public hearing for June, was it June 6th?
So if we could just push that back 1 week or the next meeting.
Yeah, so we have, so we said, yeah, June 8th is when we scheduled the public hearing. So we would have to, I think, send this out and schedule it for a different time.
Would that work with the council if we can just get the basic information on the maintenance district? And I'm hearing changes, I'm hearing abolishing the maintenance district and what the processes are so that the council knows the steps it would need to take.
Councilmember Jain?
I think 2 other council members were before me, but I'd like to make a motion. Yeah.
I'm asking, city manager is asking a question. I think I pertain to you. Would that work for you?
Oh, well, of course. Yeah, of course. Deferring would be fine. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe first.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So our city manager or city attorney, just to clarify that the city is paying to maintain city-owned property, right?
This is Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. That is correct. The city owns the property that's being maintained under the maintenance district.
Okay. And then, and also, just to clarify that no matter what is decided, or no matter what the city does, the owners ultimately vote because it's a tax, and the voters will ultimately vote on it.
It's not a tax, it's an assessment.
It's an assessment.
Okay. but ultimately the owners will make the final decision.
In broad terms, a maintenance district is a decision by property owners to assess themselves for some kind of public benefit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, these kind of things exist all over the place. You have maintenance districts that will, be formed to, keep up median strips or stretches of road or lighting, or, there are all kinds of different maintenance districts. We don't have a lot of them in Santa Clara. In fact, in Santa Clara, a lot of these benefits are just provided to the adjacent property owners without any assessment. We have a lot of median strips that the city just maintains without assessing the property owners. So
that's why I want to be very clear.
So unless the owners agree to assess themselves assessment for some kind of enhanced benefit that the district can provide them, then the city can't just impose that would be a tax. So that would have to also go through some kind of voting procedure. If we were to try to pass a special tax on certain people for some kind of special benefit, that would also go through a voting procedure. So that's just the way California law works. I can't really say anything else about it. I didn't write these laws, but that's the way they work.
Okay.
With this is Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. With regards to changing the date of the public hearing, I just have a question for the city attorney. In the resolution that's attached to this document, it states the date of the proposed public hearing as the 8th day of June 2021. So are we able to change that date here tonight and still pass this resolution?
We would have to pass the resolution to change that date, yes.
Well, the date's
or we could defer the passage of the resolution to the next meeting, and as long as we had enough time for whatever the new date would be. I don't know what the resolution.
We can resubmit it with a new date.
With a new date.
States June 8th, 2021. Yeah. And so our next council meeting is scheduled for, I don't have the date off the top of my head.
May 4th.
May 4th. So, okay, then we're going to have to look and see what date we would come back in June, because the resolution, this has to be approved by a certain number of days before the public hearing.
We would look at the 22nd of June.
And so ultimately the consequence of missing the dates would be that we just wouldn't be able to collect the assessment as of July 1st. We would have to be able to push that back. So even the 15,000, we couldn't even collect July 1st if we don't take this action in time for July 1st.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm kind of curious, would it have to be dismantled if they build a new downtown? Or would that be something that it would be adapted to if there was a new downtown, just out of curiosity?
This is Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. I don't believe that there's been any discussions on what happens to the maintenance district if there's a new downtown. I don't believe it's gotten that far.
Okay.
Deanna, this is, sorry, Mayor, if I may speak. This is Manuel Pineda.
Sure.
Yeah, just wanted to add, yeah, that's correct. As you know, I do attend all the downtown meetings. We haven't gotten into the level of detail. All the discussions, it's anticipated that portion of downtown will be one of the later phases of downtown, just because the complexities associated with it. So we would expect that it would continue to operate as it does today for a significant period of time. So that's not being looked at as one of the first phases of redevelopment. So that just to give you some additional context on that.
Okay.
I think what's important though is it's a very good question what Councilmember Becker is asking, because any changes by way of expansion of it or by amending towards the downtown would need to be, we would need a community engagement process, and the property owners would need to initiate the levying of an assessment on themselves for whatever purpose they would have an interest in. And so it wouldn't be an action necessarily by the council, except for you are the entity that authorizes the desire of the parcel owners or the property owners.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, so my understanding is that for the balance of the downtown, there would be a community facilities district, and that the property owners would be responsible for maintaining all of the sidewalks and everything themselves. So this is very different than what would be in place for the downtown revitalization. I'm prepared to make a motion to, well, I'd like to make the motion to defer this item, continue this item to May 4th.
I will second that.
Any more?
Councilmember Hardy.
Councilmember Park?
I guess the thing that's missing here is there any particular direction to staff? Meaning, I think staff was going to come back with a memo, and I feel like the point that Councilmember Jane is bringing up is we are paying, the city is paying a lot of money to support, well, not to support, for maintenance that is, basically, contributed very little to by the property owners. I understand that it may be city-owned land, but there's the thing of what benefit are the property owners getting? And I think one of the studies I'd like to do is how do we get a more equitable distribution of maintenance costs between the property owners and the city, right? It may still not be even. It may not be that the city pays the same amount as the property owners do, but I would like to see a study of what the costs or what the maintenance costs would be if we had simply adjusted them through the years, and what the final rate would be.
Thank you. And I would also like, if the motion goes through, then I would also like to find out what are options for the city, basically. Like, as Councilmember Jan has raised several options, like dismantling or making changes. So when we bring it back on.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to bring all of that back by May 4th. I can bring back what the state law requires for abolishing a maintenance district and what the state law requires for making changes to a maintenance district. Those are very simple state law guided changes for the council. The larger policy discussion based on the council's own referral was to be scheduled upon receipt of the FPPC letter. And so we need to get the FPPC letter before the council so that you can deliberate on how you would like to proceed. And so those referrals will come at a later time. But for purposes of May 4th, I will provide the requirements of state law for those two matters. Okay. And then you can decide, how you would like to proceed with the current maintenance district, and then schedule the policy items for a later time, as well as the data that you feel you need in order to make an informed decision. We can go forward with that as well.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. City Manager or Director Moback. So by deferring this to May 4th, I believe that's the motion. And so it's going to extend the period then that the fee will be paid that's due July 1st. Did I hear that correctly?
No, so what it did, we just kind of pushed everything out in terms of the noticing. And it looks like by extending it to May 4th, as long as we come back on June 22nd is when the public hearing would be to determine if you levy the assessment for next fiscal year.
I see. Okay. Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Thank you. If council doesn't have any questions, public comments, any?
No, Councilmember Park.
Councilmember Park, go ahead, and then we'll go to the public. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. To question to staff, how long would it take to get a report on adjusted costs over time? How long would it take to get a report like that?
I would need to sit down with staff and look at, right now we're preparing reports for the 4th already. This is just a memo that we were going to do the state law research on maintenance districts and populate it into the memo and supplement it here. So the council we know what you're asking for. I'd like to check with staff, excuse me, to see what else is on their plate and how we put that forward to the council in response to the council directed referral that's already on the schedule of items.
Yeah,
understood. Yeah.
The only thing I'll add, Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works, is just remember right now they are not paying anything towards the maintenance. That money that's being paid is to capital improvements like sealing the lot, striping the lot, things like that. So there's no, you can look at what the adjustment would be on their capital contributions, but they aren't paying for maintenance. So there's, it's zero. There's no adjustment.
Understood. Okay. Can we also look at like a report on what other maintenance districts are doing as well? Because I think that was the impetus that Councilmember Jane had for looking into this.
Yeah, I mean, the only other maintenance district we have here in the city is a convention center maintenance district. Now, that's different because the city is a part of that maintenance district, along with Techmart and the Hyatt. So it's set up with the city being part of it. On this downtown parking maintenance district, the city essentially is not part of the maintenance district, is not a voter on it.
Understood. Then let me try to make it very simple, which is, can we get a report on what a fair cost would be for maintenance, for the striping, for all the service that the city provides?
We can accept that as the referral for when the larger policy discussion comes back. So we have the letter, we need to get that into the workload so that we can bring back the information. I don't want to divert staff resources within 1 week to prioritize this matter when they've already been working on March 4th and March 11th, I think, items.
Yeah, this is not for May 4th. I want to know, like, I would like to get a good report and a timely report. Thank you.
Okay, we got it. We understand what you're looking for, Councilmember Park.
Okay, thank you. I want to go to the public. I see Jean. Go ahead, please. Unmute yourself. Yeah, go ahead.
How can you have a maintenance district that's not paying any maintenance? Sounds like somebody really is not paying attention. And how can you have a levied assessment when there's no assessment? All they're paying for is capital improvements. So it sounds like we need a new city attorney and a new city manager, because neither one is doing anything about this major screw up. They're both wearing Teflon suits and pointing the finger at each other and not doing a damn thing to fix a major problem, which is a $130,000 gift of public funds, which is illegal. So please stop pointing a finger and giving excuses once again and solve the problem. Whatever you have going for the next meeting, slide it and make this a priority, because you're illegally giving away public money to someplace where, P.S., the mayor has an office and owns property. So you've got a conflict of interest, you've got malfeasance, you've got a gift of public funds, you've got something called maintenance and there's no maintenance being paid. Why don't you call it a capital improvement district instead of a maintenance? This thing is screwed up beyond belief, and you don't want to do anything about it? I think the $130,000 should come out of those two salaries and give two people pink slips. I look forward to hearing some real answers, and stop wearing the Teflon suits, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bob O'Keefe.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Vice Mayor and Council. I want to thank the city manager and the director for explaining this maintenance district the best they can. This maintenance district has been here for many, many decades, and it's been discussed many times. The actual district itself is explained very simply in the state streets and highway code, how to form a maintenance district, how to dissolve a maintenance district, and how to change a maintenance district. It's simple. I am very concerned why this is now such a top priority, especially in District 5 and brought up by our District 5 representative, Sudge Jane. This is, although it says it's an assessment, it is a tax. You get assessed and you pay a tax. So yes, Councilmember Jane is attempting to tax the property owners in our downtown during this time. And I wonder why. I wonder why this is such a big deal. And it just struck me. This isn't against the 15 property owners in there. It's against one property owner in there. And that one property owner is the reason why this is such a big deal with many members of this council. So if you want to put an assessment and tax our small business, feel free to do it. Make sure that you're transparent in how you do it and follow the law. There are proper ways to do it. And I'm glad this is coming up. I think the city manager said this is coming up sometime in June or something. And it is. We do not need to tax our small business or our small property owners right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have a motion and a second, and if there are no more comments, would you like to call for a vote? Oh, sorry, there's another public comment. I just saw the hand. Strine 56. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just want to say that due to this COVID issue that's been going on for a year, businesses have been closed down. People have lost their businesses. People have lost work, and all they had to do was take ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine as prescribed by a doctor, or they could have prevented from getting sick by taking vitamin D3 and zinc. This is what doctors are recommending. And now we've got people taking vaccines where vaccines have been shown by Dr. Tenpenny and Mikovits to be causing health issues. People have actually died from these vaccines. And they say within the next 2 years, more people are going to die from these vaccines or get seriously ill from it. So I don't know what in the world is going on, but I mean, things have gone really crazy for this last year. When doctors have come out and said, yeah, there are answers to these problems, but we're not doing them. We're ruining people's lives. And now the city's broke, and now we're trying to tax people. It is the part of the agenda because of the taxes. People are trying to make more money the city's trying to get more money by taxing or an assessment, whatever you want to call it, trying to get more money because there's no funding. And it's because we've purposely messed up our economy. And it's just crazy what's happened. There are answers. There are other states that have not had a severe lockdown and they're doing just as well as we are or better, like Florida. It's just crazy what's been going on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't see any other hands. So if there are no more comments, let's call for
Vice
a vote.
Mayor.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe has her hand raised.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Councilmember Watanabe, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. No, I just want to express one more time that I have concerns and reservations about this proposed motion, and that we could be ultimately putting the city in a position that it won't be able to collect the assessment that is due. So the city is going to be out the money that should be collected July 1st. And so I don't believe this is the right way to go about this evening, and I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If there are no more comments, let's call for a vote.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Thank you.
So motion passes 5-1 and 1 abstain. Thank you. If we can call the mayor back, please.
Will do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item we have is study session, Patrick Henry Drive specific plan study session. City manager?
I'm sorry, did we approve the full agenda? I wasn't sure.
Well, okay, so I did consent items pulled for discussion, and that was the only consent item we had pulled for discussion.
And then
so-
was there a motion for the full approval of the remainder of the consent?
Yes,
Yes.
we did
There
that.
was, I'm sorry,
that's
I
okay.
forgot that. My apologies.
But,
All
and
right.
but we did defer a one item.
Yes, we did. That I
We
do
did defer-
remember.
we
That
did
I do
defer that one
remember.
item. Yeah.
All right.
It was a long time ago. I don't blame you.
It was a long time ago, and short-term memory is short this week. All right. On item number 6, we have a presentation regarding
Five.
Number 5. Excuse
Yes,
me, I'm
thank
on a
you.
roll tonight.
I know.
Let's pull up the presentation. I'm going to hand this over to our Director of Community Development as fast as I can, just by way of how I'm doing. But Andrew, take it over here.
Thank you. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Andrew Crabtree, a Director of Community Development, and this is a study session to discuss our Patrick Henry Drive specific plan and provide the City Council with an update and get some input. So next slide, please. The Patrick Henry specific plan area is located in northern Santa Clara, and it's identified in the city's general plan as a future focus area for residential growth. I think that's in recognition that it's in proximity to jobs, a lot of jobs up there. And so it's a good place to place residential housing development in the future was the purpose of designating it like that in the general plan. The plan area is adjacent to Mission College, the Great America Parkway, the Kylie property to the north, which we've discussed in the past, and the city of Sunnyvale to the west. And it is also in close proximity to the Tasman East corridor, which includes a light rail. The Great America theme park is nearby, Levi Stadium, and the related Santa Clara project. The next slide, please. The specific plan area is 76 acres. Currently developed with 17 low-intensity light industrial properties. One of those is in use as a church, includes a couple data centers. There is an industrial condominium development in there as well. But the remainder are in industrial use buildings. The specific plan under development is intended to support the conversion of this light industrial area to a new mixed-use residential neighborhood with up to 12,000 new housing units. Next slide, please. Goals for our study session tonight are to provide the City Council with an update for where we are in the progress of developing the specific plan, and importantly to confirm goals that we have in the plan for land use, circulation roadways, affordability, open space, and amenities. And these are all topics we've reviewed with the council in the past, and we want to have confirmation tonight that we're on the right track with those. and then to receive any other city council questions and or input. Next slide, please. So I'd like to emphasize that the specific plan has been before the city council on 6 previous occasions. And notably on April 9th in 2019, the city council reviewed proposed objectives for the specific plan overall, and addressed some of the different issues such as open space and affordability. On December 10th, 2019, the city council reviewed a detailed project description for the plan. And that was based on direction from the city council to provide flexibility and to incorporate input from our stakeholder group into the project description. And then on April 28th, 2020, the city council reviewed draft land use plan, land use designations, circulation plan, parkland and open space plan. So there are several times where we've already checked in with the city council and received this key direction from the council that has been the basis for the plan going forward. Next slide, please. Just summarize the overall schedule. The effort really began in 2019 with community and stakeholder engagement and a community workshop in early 2019 that has been sort of the basis of the preparation of the draft plan and an environmental impact report, or EIR, for the project that would analyze its potential environmental impacts and allow ultimately the city council to take action on the plan being informed by the EIR. Most recently in March, just last month, we had a second community workshop, and we also released a draft of the specific plan for public review. So that document's available, and we have receiving comments on it. We are looking forward next month to releasing the environmental impact report for public comments. And then the schedule is that we would return in the fall of this year for city council action, review and action on the final EIR, the specific plan. And I would like to mention too, that there is an infrastructure fee under development to help pay for the infrastructure costs collectively for the implementation of the specific plan. So those actions would return to the council in the fall. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes or highlights some of the key input we've received from the city council at prior council meetings. The council looked at what we call the urban design approach or framework plan, which depicted the concept of a central park, some satellite parks, and connecting paseos and the roadway network. The land use plan, which included, as I mentioned, was based on direction from council that we talked to each of the stakeholders, property owners in the plan area, understands what their interests would be in future development, and incorporate that into the specific plan. So the amounts and types of development that are reflected in the land use designations come directly from that input. The city council reviewed a circulation mobility plan. We have a little bit more information about that tonight that we'll go into. And then on some key topic areas, first, affordable housing. The city council previously reviewed the approach that we would set a deeper affordability requirement in the plan area than we have citywide. Our citywide requirement currently is for new development, 15% of the residential units be designated as affordable units at an average of 100% AMI. And the council previously directed for the specific plan that we look at lowering that to 80% income, so a lower income level. We had input before on an amenities that we investigate the possibility of a branch library site as a community benefit on one of the specific properties in the plan area, the ZNL property. We've also been working on a community room on the Summerhill site in the plan area. And then we've also been discussing open space with the council in the past, and following the precedent of what the council ultimately approved in our Tasman East specific plan, the direction going forward was for this plan to have, on a gross acreage basis, 22% of the plan area as open space or parklands, or with that split evenly. So the 11% and minimum would be a dedicated parkland. Next slide, please. So within the plan document, there's a vision for what we're trying to achieve here. And I always like to emphasize that we're not just talking about numbers of housing units. It's much more important to think about the neighborhood that we're going to create in the future, that this is a place where people will enjoy living, that supports quality of life. And so we have that reflected in our vision, that we're trying to create a place with an identity, an attractive public realm, a mix of uses that supports pedestrian activity and convenience, with retail nearby for residents to take advantage of, and make sure that we also have the infrastructure that we need. So all that's captured in the vision. Next slide, please. And then that gets translated in the plan into some planning principles, complete neighborhoods, a variety of housing options, balanced multimodal mobility. So that's speaking to automobile, bicycle, pedestrian, circulation, transit-oriented development, acknowledging the fact that this is generally close to transit, the light rail on Tasman, and that it should reflect that. A human scale public realm. So as we deal with higher densities, also making sure that there are human scale elements in the public spaces and the sidewalks and in the fronts of buildings and so forth, to help it be a comfortable space for people, and to have a variety of open spaces in the plan area. Next slide, please. So through the outreach and engagement process, the comments and input we received really kind of focused on 3 topic areas. And the first is sort of the overall density and height of the plan area. And I'd like to highlight that city staff have had a couple of conversations with our counterparts in the city of Sunnyvale. And when we look at potentially sensitive interfaces being adjacent to Sunnyvale, there's a fairly broad separation with the creek there. But we do have single family homes on the Sunnyvale side of the city boundary that back up to this plan area. So we've specifically been looking at step backs and setbacks along that front, that side of the property, to address the concerns with Sunnyvale. Traffic in the overall area, traffic from the new development, and how this would relate to events at Levi Stadium have all come up as community concerns. And then we've also had a bit of conversation around a proposed connection from the specific plan area to Mission College, the Mission College Boulevard, which is a private roadway within the Mission College campus at this point, near to the plan area, and how that would affect properties within the specific plan. So I think so those are all been issues that we've heard about from the community and are looking to address in the planning process. Next slide, please. And this schedule just shows how the mix of stakeholder meetings, community workshops, and some technical advisory committee meetings have been sort of spread out over the planning process. And as we approach the end, we're in front of the city council in the study session. We'll be ultimately going through planning commission and then city council for the final plan adoption. Next slide. So the first topic area that I mentioned was the urban design framework. And this shows what that framework looks like. There's been some slight adjustments to that. The park area has more of a rectangular shape than it did earlier. So in the Central Park area, we've continued to look at roadway alignments and paseo alignments. We refined the plan takes advantage of an existing easement that's along the northern edge of Patrick Henry Drive to place the paseo there. And you can see on this diagram as well, the connection southward, the purple dashed line connecting to Mission Community College, Mission College Boulevard. And that's been part of the concept throughout this process, that we would try to create a connection there if possible. Next slide, please. just related to this framework, some of the objectives that we've had are to incorporate stakeholder input, to plan for a cohesive set of amenities throughout the plan area, to sort of create centralized green spaces that would benefit being able to support more programming than if the parks were broken up into smaller separate park areas, for example. And then there is along Patrick Henry Drive, where as it's running east-west, Main Street concept that we would have retail along the street, and that would sort of serve as a focal point for the new neighborhood going forward. Next slide, please. As we have launched into this process, we've benefited by having a very active group of property owners, many of them who are either partnering with developers or represented by developers who are interested in helping to implement the plan. So we've been working with that group throughout the process. This summarizes who is participating. And one thing I'll note here, that Digital Realty is very much been a part of the process, but they've also been very clear that they're not really interested in redeveloping in the near term. And so that's why their site's in gray. But the other properties, we've had contacts from the property owners or developers representing them, all indicating an interest in the redevelopment, potential redevelopment of their site. Next slide, please. And so as mentioned, we had our consultants sort of interview each one of these, ask them about their potential interest in the type of development on their site. And it was through that exercise that we ended up with a potential maximum of 12,000 residential units. And that is, this is the high end of a range, but that would provide capacity for all of them to build out sort of at the high end of what they think they might be interested in doing. And we did review that number with the city council and get confirmation to go forward with that as the basis for our EIR. There's also a considerable amount of retail, 150,000 square feet, that's incorporated into our analysis for the plan area. And then there's a mix of other public uses as well. Includes the library, community room. There is within the environmental analysis, the potential for a school site included as well. Next slide. Next slide, please. So those different development concepts or proposals from the property owners were translated then into proposed land use designations. These are those designations that we're considering. We have very high density residential at 51 to 100 units to the acre. Just very recently, the Marriott Center property owner has requested that we include a density range of 60 to 150 units per acre for their site. We've termed that as village residential. And then we have the urban village residential and urban center residential with increasing densities. We have a high density flex designation that one of the property owners requested that their site be allowed the potential of either developing with residential or commercial uses. That's the Perlman property, and so that was included within the specific plan. We also have new roadway connections and the other non-residential uses as mentioned. Next slide, please. And so this is the current land use plan that reflects those designations. This does not yet include the village residential designation. That's something that's just been brought into the process, but this is our current draft land use plan, and we're continuing to update that as we go forward. And you can generally tell that the higher intensity uses are located more central to the planning area. And then on Great America Parkway, you see the high density flex for that frontage could be either residential or commercial. Next slide. So the plant project is described in the environmental impact report, has two scenarios. One is the scenario where the property on Great America Parkway develops as residential and we reach the full 12,000 residential units. The other one is where that property is developed with 785,000 square feet of commercial office space, and there are 10,300 residential units potentially throughout the remainder of the planned area. Next slide, please. Looking at the circulation mobility, there are really three types of streets. The first is the existing streets, primarily Patrick Henry Drive and Old Ironsides, are proposed to be reconfigured through the specific plan implementation to improve the facilities for pedestrians and bicycles in particular, make sure that there's a nice, comfortable sidewalk. This does not include any expansion of the right-of-way. It takes advantage of the existing right-of-way and works within that dimension. As mentioned, there is an existing utility easement that runs along the side of the street. So that area is being utilized for paseo. So we have a very wide sort of pedestrian paseo along the north side of Patrick Henry Drive. Next slide, please. The second type of street in the plan area are new streets that are proposed to break up the land area, so the north of Patrick Henry Drive, and allow for smaller block sizes that would support the more urban and intensive use of the plan area. These are planned as private streets with public access easements. The development as private streets means that they'll be privately maintained, but also provides for more flexibility in how they're designed and built. These would accommodate bicycle boulevards, mix in with a 10-foot travel lane, so sort of a narrow street dimension to encourage slow traffic and be in keeping with a more urban character. Next slide, please. And then the third type of street that's described in the specific plan is called slow streets. And these are even more sort of with a pedestrian bicycle emphasis. They do have a shared bicycle, pedestrian, and street usage, and then it's sort of following the new or most current sort of best practices in street design, really create a pedestrian-friendly type street environment, narrow dimensions, enhanced materials. In many cases, there's no curb on this type of street, so that it really kind of feels like you're a public space that's being shared by the different types of travel. Next slide, please. And this further example of the slow streets, they may commonly have a mid-block crossings that are planned. In some cases, the intent is the streets can be closed and used, for like a farmer's market, other uses, particularly like where it goes through the park area. It could support park activities in some ways like that. These streets with the narrower dimension don't really have your typical sort of on-street parking, but there are planned places for the cars to sort of pull over and pick up and drop off people as part of that sort of the ride sharing economy that has become more popular, and it's reflected in that way. Next slide, please. Just in terms of the circulation and mobility plan, I wanted to highlight that the environmental impact report and the plan sort of is contemplating two alternatives for the connection through to Mission College Boulevard. And we recognize that connector requires the cooperation of Mission College. That's something that they are considering today. They've been sort of working through that for several months now. We've been in coordination with them as they sort of evaluate their interest in cooperating with us to implement that connection. And it's something that we think does provide a lot of potential benefit for providing access for the future residents of this area to the south to the Mission College. They have a theater, other uses there that would be potentially a place where the public would be interacting. as well as being able to connect through to the commercial development on the other side of Mission College without requiring that everybody circulate out through Great America Parkway. And then also the roadway connection does provide for an alternative means for vehicle traffic to circulate through the area and provides benefits in that way. So we see definite benefits to the potential of having this roadway connection, and we're continuing to work with Mission College to see if we'll be able to implement that in the near term with the plan going forward. Next slide. So with, want to dive in a little bit more on affordable housing, and wanted to mention that, so recapping now, but our citywide ordinance, which was adopted in 2017, does require 15% of all residential units in new development to be designated as affordable, so legally restricted as affordable at an average of 100% area median income, so that people who have that income level would be able to afford those units. And based on prior council direction, the specific plan takes that up another step and says that the affordability level would be based on 80% of the area median income. So that's a lower income level. Same number of units at 15%, but the rents that would be charged for those units would be less based on this lower level of affordability. And we have been working with the consultant, Economic Planning Systems, or EPS, to understand the feasibility in general of increasing the city's affordability requirements citywide in particular, but we've also looked at Patrick Henry with them. And given the levels, the type of development that we're dealing with here, sort of higher density, anticipate there'll be rental apartments for the most part. Based on that type of development, the city's fees that we have in place, market rent conditions, really we're using pre-COVID economic conditions, assuming that there'll be some near-term return to those types of conditions and construction costs. Looking at all those things together, the information that we're getting back from EPS suggests that it would be difficult for projects to maintain feasibility if we increased our affordability requirements beyond what they currently are proposed to be in the specific plan. So we're hoping to continue with the prior direction as we've had it in the planning effort. As we also want to make sure that the plan overall is capable of being implemented. Next slide, please. And then another key area of interest has been parkland and open space. And so first off, it's important to understand that all of the new residential development within the specific plan area would be subject to the city's parkland dedication ordinance. That ordinance establishes a parkland requirement based on the number of units for a new residential development. And it says that that requirement can be satisfied through either a land dedication or payment of fees at the city's discretion. There's a credit given to a project for its private recreational amenities as well, potentially through that ordinance. So there's sort of a formula that's applied and comes up with an obligation for each project, and then it's the city's discretion to determine if that should be met through land dedication or fees or some mix of the two. If you were to take that obligation based on 12,000 residential apartment units, it would come out to about 68.4 acres. And the gross specific plan area, as we know, is 67.2 acres. So that's less than what the theoretical parkland obligation would be, our maximum obligation would be under the ordinance. What this sort of directs our attention to or highlights for us is that the parkland dedication ordinance typically is developed on parkland standards that work well when you're doing like a single family residential type neighborhood at lower densities and sort of spraying out over or more acreage. But as you go to higher densities, the way the formulas work, it really starts saying that, most of the site or a very large portion of the site would need to be dedicated as park to meet the obligation of the units. That doesn't really work. And cities address this in different ways, but it's not unusual to see in more urban settings that rather than a parkland per capita standard, the city might use a certain amount of acreage within a certain walking distance kind of standard, something different that relates to the more urban environment. When we went through this similar consideration with the Tasman East specific plan, the city council ultimately, settled on a specific amount of acreage that translated to 11% of the whole specific plan area as dedicated parkland, and then an additional 11% as privately owned but publicly accessible open space, or a mix of that, and then some. There's some credit given at a reduced rate to private amenities within the new development. So in the past, when we were in front of the council, we proposed that the same approach should be taken with the Patrick Henry specific plan area. It seems to be working with our Tasman East specific plan in terms of maintaining that balance between feasibility, but also for creating a high quality urban environment with a significant amount of open space. One thing I would mention here too, that this 22% of open space is based on gross. If we net out the street area for Patrick Henry Drive and Old Ironsides, it really goes up to about 25% of the development area. So individual developers can be being asked, if they have parkland dedication on their site, to give 25% or more of their site area for parkland or roadway or other things that support the overall development of the specific plan. So it's a fairly significant requirement for each of the project sites. Next slide, please. And this is a diagram that depicts the open space. Again, you see the Central Park area. In the center, there are two satellite park areas, one to the east and one to the west. The one to the east on the Perlman property is really contingent upon that property being developed with residential use, because it would be implemented through the city's parkland dedication ordinance, which is tied to residential development. So if there were office development along Great America Parkway, that park would not be included, but then also the number of units goes down and the overall obligation goes down, so that we're maintaining the same ratio of parkland to units with that change. So as you can see here, these green areas that are depicted on the plan translate to 8.35 acres of park space, which is equivalent to 11% of the plan area, or 12.5% of the private land area. And then the green circles spread throughout the park area represent the privately owned but publicly accessible park space that would take the form of paseos and plazas and little parklets that would be publicly accessible and kind of add to the quality of the overall environment, can place outdoor places for people to gather or move or circulate. They can be programmed with different activities. And those are really determined through the entitlement process on a project by project basis as part of the implementation of the specific plan. Next slide, please. So just highlighting a little bit more that the 8.35 acres of open space includes the greenways, HOPOs, which are the privately owned, publicly open spaces, and then that there is a potential for a credit for projects for their private recreation areas at 50%. So a reduced acreage amount that they would be given credit for. But overall, that results in 16.7 acres of open space or parkland, 25% of the private land area. Next slide, please. And this just provides some images of in an urban environment, what some of those spaces might look like, whether they be the larger parks or the paseos or plazas and so forth. Next slide, please. And then I'd like to speak a little bit about amenities. So in addition to just parkland, we recognize that there's a need for community facilities. Specifically, we've been looking at a branch library site on what we call the ZNL property that's here in the sort of the center of the plan area adjacent to the largest park site. And that site was recommended or identified by the city council when we were talking about land use at an earlier meeting. And it was acknowledged that that particular developer was seeking particularly a higher density than otherwise is being supported through the plan area. So it was suggested that as a community benefit in exchange for that higher density, that developer could be asked to contribute towards creating that library and community room space within their project area. So that would be a sort of a storefront type land use incorporated into their building, but with public access and use. And I did note that the city doesn't have identified funding to staff that library space yet. That would be something that would have to be addressed in the future. We've also been working with another developer, Summerhill, which has a property just to the south of that, to include a community room with a sort of an arts focus in their development. That would be a space that would be fully available for public use by the city, 3,500 square feet, and could be set up to support various art activities. And then adjacent to it, an outdoor area of about 5,000 square feet. And that would be an art garden where sculptures could be displayed and sort of connected to that use. And then as mentioned earlier, the environmental clearance that's under preparation for the specific plan does include clearance for a potential school site. There isn't a specific school site identified at this point, but we've had some property owners express potential interest in working with the school district on that, and that's something the school district is considering if that's something they want to try to implement in this area. Next slide, please. Lastly, I just want to provide a little bit of context around amenities while we're looking at what to provide in the specific plan area in terms of retail, open space, public uses. There are also, in the context, there's open space, there's the creek trail adjacent, which provides access up north to the park area there. We have potential use of park facilities on Mission College and sports facilities on Mission College that we're in discussion with them about. There are a lot of other shopping and attraction amenities in the vicinity. We have Great America with a related project being planned, the park that's associated with that. And so there are other surrounding amenities that will help support this being a successful neighborhood in the future. Next slide, please. So that are considerations for the City Council. We are here tonight, asking for our council confirmation that we're on we can continue with the preparation of the specific plan. So we're following the direction that we've had so far. Our goal is overall an urban neighborhood that supports a high quality of life. We have been looking at precedent and prior council actions and following those as we move forward. We do think about the concerns about feasibility and equity for the developers in terms of the different types of dedications that affects them, parkland, open space, amenities, roadways, affordability requirements, and so forth, and trying to find the right balance between those things that overall the plan is not just an academic exercise, but something that actually gets implemented and built and provides a new neighborhood that's a very positive neighborhood for the city of Santa Clara and helps us meet some of our housing goals and obligations, as we've discussed at prior council meetings. The state continues to set targets for us in terms of housing production. And this specific plan is really a key part of how we think we can respond to those state requirements. So with that, staff is available for any council questions and comments.
Okay, thank you very much for that very thorough presentation. It seems like we've been working on this for quite a long time, and it turns out we have been. So let's start with our council questions. First, we have Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I want to first disclose that I have been talking with Dan Myberg of O2 Micro, and he's O2 Micro is one of the properties that would potentially be affected by the street between Patrick Henry and Mission College Boulevard. And I guess my question is, what is the point of aligning the street with the driveway to the parking lot of Mission College itself? It doesn't seem like the residents would just be driving across to go to the parking lot of Mission College.
So I'll go ahead and respond to that. And if Public Works staff want to add on, they may, but it's really that that functions as an intersection. The driveway on the other side with Mission College basically, with the new connection would result in a four-way intersection. And so the point of that alignment was to create the right geometry for that intersection.
Okay, the other questions I had was that, with 12,000 people here, there's potential for a lot of traffic. And I really want to make sure that we're building an urban village that will have, at least something on the scale of a Sprouts or a Trader Joe's there, so that people don't have to get in their cars and drive. And then, sufficient numbers of restaurants. And I'm curious about whether 150,000 square feet of commercial or retail would be adequate to serve, a dentist office, a dry cleaner, whatever, a 7-Eleven, some restaurants and a grocery store. And, the things that people, your commute to work is actually a fairly minor part of your full number of trips. It's all of your other trips that are for your shopping and your conveniences that take up a lot of traffic. And I want to make sure that we're ensuring that we build an urban village here. And I just want to get some reassurance that that's what we're doing.
So a small format grocery store like a Trader Joe's or a Sprouts would typically be about 40,000 square feet, let's say 35,000 square feet. And so we have 100 and some in the CEQA clearance. That's not a firm cap, but that's what's facilitated through the environmental review. And then generally there's a commercial frontage requirement along the plan area. I think that grocery stores definitely follow residential populations. So if we have the residential population that we're talking about, that's probably the biggest thing we can do to support that a grocery store might want to open and operate in the specific plan area. There's also sufficient capacity for several restaurants and smaller shops, as you mentioned in that number. The Kylie project to the north also has a fairly significant amount of commercial envisioned as part of that. There are some retail uses immediately to the south along Great America Parkway. So there's other things in the vicinity that would still even be within walking or bicycling distance. And then of course there's a larger shopping center on the other side of Mission College. And so there's more shopping opportunities there as well.
I think some of the concerns about a grocery store are that you have trucks that are continually coming to supply all of the items. And sometimes those are noisy trucks and they're emitting diesel emissions and they might affect residences there nearby. The other question that I had was that, you know, we're even seeing on the city council that people struggle with their broadband and their cell phone reception. And is there a way for us to put in the specific plan that the infrastructure be put in place to provide something like a minimum of 100 megabits of data to each unit in the project, and that there be adequate cell coverage and 5G coverage to every unit in the project? And then on the side of the inclusionary affordable housing, I do like the 80% AMI, but I actually prefer that we break it down and that we say that something like, you know, 5% be at the very low income, and then say 5% be at low income, and then 5% be at moderate income. And that way we ensure that we're getting that very low income distribution. So, and then because we're very limited on our open space, you know, you showed that we'd actually need 68 acres of parkland to meet our Mitigation Fee Act or a QIMBY. And so I think a great way to expand that would be to allow for rooftop amenities like rooftop gardens and things. So I don't know if there's any way to incentivize the developers to put in those amenities on the rooftops. And that's pretty much all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. Andrew, I know this is a study session. So basically I was looking at the heights and everything I could see said anywhere from 5 stories to 25 stories. With the request for more density, I'm wondering if that changed. I've got 3 basic questions. I'll let you answer them after I'm done. The cost of the amenities, I was thinking about that because I noticed like where you were looking at parkland, it wasn't evenly distributed to the different, and we have 12 different property owners. I'm just wondering at the cost of the amenities that we are requiring, is that balanced out to the different property owners and not made a burden to one or another just because of where they're at? And the Mission College access, especially if that were, doesn't it make more sense for that to be a bicycle or pedestrian walkway instead of necessarily a driveway? Thank you. Those are my questions.
Right. First on the height question, the heights are still in the 5 to 25 story range, and maybe I was misspoke, but there's not really a change in the density since we started about, you know, working on the EIR about a year ago. So it's the same number of units, it's the same range of heights. The one change was on the Marriott Center site, and they're actually looking to go a bit lower than what they had previously said. They're thinking now that they might want to have a lower density designation on their site. So no, it would still definitely fit within that range. And really, you know, we've talked about construction types before. Most of the development would be in type 3 or type 5 and sort of max out at that 5 to 7 story range. There's just really a couple of developers that are thinking about type 1 potentially, and then you would see the taller buildings. Then on the cost of dedications, you know, we recognize that there's sort of a balancing of, we want to have a centralized park, and there's some balancing built into the parkland dedication ordinance that, you know, land that gives more land, projects that give more land dedication will then pay less fees, and projects that don't give dedication parkland will pay more fees. So the ordinance itself already addresses that partially, but we recognize that there's some gap sometimes in between land, the actual cost of the development and the value that they get from the dedication. And then, you know, I think we're continuing to work with the property owner group on how we might address some of that. There, but there is the private open space requirement that will be distributed pretty evenly across the properties. Some of the sites that don't have parkland dedication have other things, such as you mentioned the street connection on the O2 microsite for that's on its site, for example, that's not being asked to give parkland dedication, but it did have a roadway dedication proposed on that site. And so then your third question, you asked why is that include vehicles and not just bicycles and pedestrians? And the answer is just that having the ability to drive through there does provide traffic circulation benefit. You have a fairly limited number of ways in and out of the specific plan area. And so without that, most traffic that would want to go to Mission College or the shopping center in front of Mission College, if people want to drive, they're really required to drive out onto Great America Parkway, come down Great America Parkway, and then come back into the Mission College. So it's kind of a little circuitous route, whereas there could be a more direct connection through, and might give better access to the theater that the college is planning to develop as an amenity. So having a more direct access, when people want to drive, would be beneficial.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have Councilmember Chahal or Vice Mayor Chahal. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for the detailed report and updates. I have some comments and requests, basically. The first one is the District-Wide Transportation Management Association, like TMA we are talking about. I think it's a good time to discuss that on top priority because traffic will be a big issue on this area, and coming up with Kylie project and this project, and if we club this thing with related, it does make sense that we bring up a comprehensive transport district-wide, including this as a smaller district, and come up with a district-wide transportation management association so that they can provide, if related goes there, they can provide a shuttle bus service to main hubs of the city or main hub to the related and some of the other employment centers from these areas. So I would like to see that explored to make sure we can get people out of their cars, basically. And that's how we can implement that. We need to look into the ideas and how we can do that. So that's my first request. Second, affordability. I'm glad we are talking about 15% at 80%, but I agree with Councilmember Jane's idea, looking at the RENA numbers, which gave us need for 56% of affordable housing. So I would ideally like that this 15% should be increased to 20%. And then we have some slabs, different slabs. And I know they will, developers will always come back, this doesn't make sense. But at the end of a day, I think it does make sense and they can easily afford that. So that's my second one. Like we need to increase the affordability component and also make different brackets of affordability, not only everything at 80%. Some of them should be at the lower and mid level of that. So, okay, third one is parkland dedication. So I know we are only getting 16.7 acres versus requirement of around 67 acres for 12,000 people. So are we going to charge and higher dedication fees? Because 12,000 people have to go somewhere, utilize the park, if not available here in this site, at any other location. So this being a specific plan, can we ask for a higher dedication fees? Not as per our park dedication ordinance, but because the land we are getting is much less, but we can get a higher component of that fee so that we can, if given an opportunity to buy a land somewhere else for a park, we can develop that. And even for the park we are trying to develop a related, like we need to generate some funding for that basically. So that's my other request on that. Next one is access to Mission College. I know Councilmember Hardy mentioned that it can be a pedestrian or bike. I would ideally want that to be an drive because ideally, if everything goes well, if everybody uses bicycles and want to walk, that's a very good idea, but that's not practically what's happening. And I want to use some of the areas of Mercado commercial area. We have a Walmart there, we have other restaurants there, so that people can walk to that, but in case they can't walk, they can drive to that place so that we can utilize our own commercial space for that. So minimum, at least we need to have a pedestrian and bicycle route, but if it can be drivable, that would be good. And touching base with Councilmember Jane's idea, I know we are trying to put that thing in a one property. If somehow we can dedicate some of that area and work out with different property owners so that one property owner is not punished for providing that passage, we can look at that. That would be nice. So overall, those are my comments. And I do recognize that you're already taking care of the community room, the meeting room, and exploring the library branch over there. So those are good. But I'm not sure how we'll manage the school when all this area is already basically planned out for the way it has been planned out, school land. So that's a question. I don't know how we will do about the school unless we explore any other property nearby. School district explores any other property nearby. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you want to answer any of that, Mr. Crabtree?
Well, sure.
I don't know how much of that can be put in the specific plan, but go ahead.
Yeah, we are looking at the TMA, so I can make sure that we have more information on that when we come back. And we'll take the, affordability input and the parkland questions. I think we'll have to come back on that as well. Lastly, about the school, the school would buy, would be buying one of the properties, so it would really be an alternate use to what we've been planning. We're not including the school, we're supporting it through the CEQA process, and so they could look. The school, is potentially looking at trying to purchase one of those sites. There are property owners that have said they would be open to discussing it with them as a sale, but that would be really the up to the school to decide what site they want to buy, and then we could incorporate that into the plan if they did so.
Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit more about district-wide transportation management association? We are trying to do that.
Yeah, I mean, so this is something that we've been looking at with starting with Tasman East. We've been in discussions with Kylie. That project's been slowed down, but it's something that we've been discussing with them. And then this one as well, that there would be some formation of a TMA. So I think we agree that's a good potential strategy for creating something, whether that supports some kind of shuttle that's operated cooperatively between the properties, and there may be some other properties in the area too that would be interested in participating in that as an option. So that's something that we're definitely continuing to work on as part of this. Now, I can when we're back in front of the council, I'll make sure that we have more detail on that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Next, we have Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, as always, Director Crabtree, for the presentation and the update. I mean, it really is coming along nicely. Glad to see the good community outreach as well for input. Since you were just talking about the school site, potential school site, and possibly Santa Clara Unified having the option possibly to buy one of the sites, how soon would they need to make a decision? Because based on, I mean, you plan to have the final EIR to the city council in the fall of this year. It seems like they'd have to be making a decision pretty soon. Is that correct?
No, I mean, the
No.
EIR includes the potential school site.
It does.
So, right, so they could, take action somewhere down the road and take advantage of that. They're not, they don't have any kind of deadline being imposed upon them by the plan. Obviously, if development occurs under the plan, those sites that redevelop wouldn't be available for a school, but there's nothing in the actual planning process that's going to cause them to have a deadline.
Okay. That's good. And then for the library, it looks like the plan is to have about, what is it, 45,000 square feet for a potential library?
Well, the number that it came up that we've been discussing was up to 40,000. That's could be really support a mix of things. I mean, that's more than what we might need for a branch library, but it could include some community room space. And we're continuing to discuss that with the property owner and trying to understand what's the right amount to include in the specific plan, and then the parking that needs to go along with that as well to support it.
Good. Yeah, because I just took a quick look earlier and I see the Northside Library is 15,000 square feet. And I know it filled up pretty fast. So I would want to make sure that we have enough space for a library, but also a combination community rooms as well. I know that there's always a request for the community rooms. But that's a nice, a good amount of space. For the specific plan and the heights that that folks were talking about, I know there's been an issue with Kylie and the heights that they were initially proposing. Have any of the developers looked into any concerns that they might have on the same issue, or?
Yeah, I actually had a conversation with Representative Kylie today. So, I hadn't talked with anyone from Kylie for over a year. So I was looking, to understand where they were in the process. And they're continuing to deal with the FAA, but I think they're recognizing that there was a lot more information that they needed to provide to the FAA. And I think that's still an open question as to what they're going to be able to do there. We have other developments in the area. I know in Tasman East, we had buildings get approval up to 220 some feet or so through the FAA. I don't know that any of the developers in the Patrick Henry area have progressed to that point. Most commonly, there's sort of an earlier part of the process, which is a referral to the Airport Land Use Commission at San Jose Mineta Airport if we're within the referral area. And the Kylie case was kind of unusual in that when they did that referral, the ALUC recommended that they go and approach the FAA. And so that's what they've done. But more often that part of the FAA review happens later, later in the process. So I don't normally see it because it can be very dependent upon the design of the building, the shape of the building. Things like putting lights on top of the building can play into it. So it's really often dealt with more later in the process. I know that a number of the property owner developers are in attendance tonight. So if any of them have any more additional, more information on that, I encourage them to share it. But I'm not aware that anyone has progressed to that point.
Okay, good. And then an issue that I came up with a resident recently regards ISP providers. Does that issue come about like in this potential development or as it progresses, or is that something that comes about later on as well?
Yeah, it's not something we've dealt with much in the planning process before, but I know Councilmember Jane brought it up as well. So it's something that we'll look into for whenever we're next in front of the council to have more information. Normally that's dealt with more through the private sector who provides internet service.
Right. And I understand that too. And I think in this instance, what the concern was the affordability and of what was available. And so anyway, I had to do some looking into it and get back to them. But it just made me wonder, as a result, and knowing that we were going to be talking about this tonight, what impacts do ISP providers have, in determining, the building and what's available and affordability and just those kinds of things, that are important to potential residents in the area. So that was all. Okay. Another thought was because of the connecting trails and the greenways, and I know we've brought, I believe Teresa O'Neill and I may have brought this up in the past. So the pedestrian bridge or some kind of a crossway across Great America, especially because there is a good potential there for a lot of connectivity. And, again, we talk about getting people out of their cars and promoting, bike pedestrian abilities. So anyway, that area would be a great place for a pedestrian bridge for a lot of different reasons, but I'll just throw that out there again if anybody might want to consider it. Let me see. As for the, there's been a lot of discussion about that cut through coming from Patrick Henry out to Mission College Boulevard. I agree that it will be a great connector from this specific plan area out to just Mission College Boulevard. Mission College, as the college has just done a great renovation and developing the property out there, and it's very walkable. Also to Mercado, it's walkable. It's you can use bikes, but also with cars as well. And it would be another alternate route to get people out to Mission College Boulevard and out to 101, even if it's the back roads. But I can see a lot of really good potential use of that connector right there. It's a good location for it. Based on, I know you mentioned, our housing elements, do you, any idea like how soon these potential units could be built and have an impact on our RENA requirements?
Well, the first thing I'd say is that our upcoming housing element is due in the end of 2022, right? So that we're looking for the 2023 to 2031 housing element cycle to demonstrate within our planning that we have capacity for that. So that's where having the specific plan adopted would really be helpful ahead of that, to show that we have planned capacity. In terms of construction timelines, if the specific plan is adopted later this year as scheduled, then we have, and based on the interest of developers that we already have in place, we really could have projects in construction, somewhere in like a year and a half, 2 years from when the specific plan is adopted, to get through the project specific entitlement and building permit processes. So with a couple year time frame for construction, we're probably about 5 years away at the earliest from having the units out there. But so those would be coming online during our next housing element cycle and helping us with the numbers.
Okay, good. Let me just check and see if there was anything else. Actually make notes. Oh, any for sale housing? You mentioned rentals, but any plans for sale?
We haven't really had discussions with developers where they've specifically said what type of ownership model they're looking at, but we do know from conversations with our economist that just the current market, it's very difficult to do for sale condominiums right now. Just the numbers aren't working, and that could change if the rents move, sale prices move, and so forth. But the right now we're anticipating these would mostly be at rental.
Okay, okay. Okay, I think that's all I have, Director Crabtree. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Jane, your hand's up. Did you have more questions?
I did. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So that Director Crabtree, there's 150,000 square feet of retail. Would you happen to know what the total retail is in the Rivermark Plaza where the Safeway is? And how many parking spots there are? And then finally, how many units of housing are there in Rivermark? Maybe actually Karen knows all of this stuff.
Yeah, I don't have that number right in front of me. I'm sure I could get it here, but Safeway, we talked about smaller format grocery stores like Trader Joe's and Sprouts tend to be more in the 35,000 square foot. I think a Safeway tends to be closer to 70,000. Restaurants that are out there vary, but they can be as small as 1,500 square feet up to maybe 10,000. That would be a really large restaurant space. So you could what's out there. I'll have to look it up. I don't want to venture a guess. Just
I'm just trying to understand the scale of the number of housing units relative to the amount of commercial, because Rivermark is quite successful, but also there is sometimes a parking crunch pre-COVID.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to make sure that we're planning this appropriately for basically 20,000 people, or actually 25,000 people.
One thing to keep in mind too is it's very close to the related Santa Clara project, which will have a lot of restaurant space. It's even, as we've discussed, very close to the Mercado Center, which has restaurants and retail. So the Great America is approved to develop another, I think, 150,000 square feet or so of commercial space on outward facing on their plan. So there are other things in the vicinity, and there's some existing restaurants and stuff along Great America Parkway. So there are a lot of different things there in commercially designated land along Great America Parkway that could be intensified for commercial uses. So we're not thinking that the specific plan has to entirely stand on its own. The Kylie project has quite a bit of commercial in it potentially as well. So there could be, I think, enough commercial space in the vicinity.
And then my second question is, when this is all done and you have that big strip of parkland, who will ultimately own that? And who will ultimately maintain it? And then if we build a school there, if the city owns it, will Measure R prevent us from sharing that parkland with the school district?
Okay, so the dedicated parkland would be owned by the city. So those dark green areas are intended, would be city owned, the three central parks. I expect there would be private maintenance. We expect that there will be maintenance agreements with the private property owners to provide maintenance for that, as we've done in our other specific plan areas. Then I think your last question was just if a school develops, would they be able to use that parkland area?
Correct.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's, I would defer to someone else on that one, one of our parks director or.
And then related to that, I know you're discussing with Mission College. I know when I was a kid, we used to just ride our bikes down to the local park and play baseball or whatever. And I feel that there's a need for that for kids. And would the ball fields at Mission College be accessible to the local kids?
So I think that's a negotiation that needs to occur between the city and Mission College. I think my understanding is that in the past, those fields have been available. There's been an agreement, and we're sort of looking at potentially having a new agreement. But again, I would defer to Parks Director if he's available. If he's to answer that question, I'm not sure. Jim is available, or
are we talking about agreements between the city and the Mission College
yes,
for the fields, for the softball fields in the back there? Is that what you're
Yes.
talking about? I
yes.
mean, but that's not a condition of this specific plan.
No, it's
No.
not part of the specific.
No.
I'm just saying that we're not providing the 68 acres of parkland that we really need to. And the argument is that there are adjacent park areas that could be utilized. And I want to make sure that we are comfortable counting on those.
So this is Jim, Director of Parks and Recreation. There are ball fields at Mission College. We're currently in discussion with them. Obviously, the Mission College use of their facilities comes first and is primary. We would have to negotiate some type of an agreement with them. Generally, after hours and on weekends, school facilities and/or Mission College has been available to the community. In regards to the public park spaces, those are generally available to the public from 6 in the morning until after dusk, unless they're a lit facility, in which case they're open until 10 p.m. So we haven't done the specific designs on the neighborhood park facilities in this plan, but we would generally have them available to the public into the evening, and if they're a lit facility, until 10 p.m.
I think my question was about sharing it with this potential school there.
School districts have their own rules with regards to making sure that their site is secure. So to the degree that it limits the public's ability to use the park during general, public park hours, similar to Live Oak Park, school district does have some PE classes that uses Live Oak Park during the school day because they don't necessarily have a lot of green space on their campus at College on School. So we do allow them to use that, but the conflict then is with the general public and their ability to use park facilities during the day. So we would have to work that out.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. I also have a lot of concerns about parking and school for children as well. That's a lot of people to put in one place. And I kind of understand the connection between the residential units and the school, but at the same time, have we looked into the crime deterrence aspects of that connection? Because if you're opening up a residential neighborhood through, directly to a school, I'm kind of concerned about some of the crime aspects there, especially at night when those businesses are closed down. Also, I feel that that's going to be a lot of people to put in that one area, and that will probably generate a lot of traffic down that road. Have we considered looking into improving the connections to Sunnyvale over Calabasas Creek? I know that's going to be very unpopular, but I have to ask the question. Perhaps near where Oak Creek meets Manzano Way, or between Oak Creek and Prescott, it looks like there's a walkway that goes to empty lots, which were up for sale when my map service provider last took pictures. But I feel like this is an opportunity to alleviate some of the traffic in that area, because we are putting a lot of people there. It's also an opportunity to get revenue from Sunnyvale residents, right? And because it looks like on the Sunnyvale side, there are 2 elementary schools. And if we didn't have a school there, would our students be, would it be possible for them to go to that school, or would that be one of the options? And then how can we enhance the trail along the creek? Because again, we're going to put a lot of people there, and the more that we can get people to use bikes or other means of transportation to go over to businesses that, or roads that are around the area, like I'm just worried about the traffic and all the people.
Can somebody answer those questions?
So I guess I'll speak to some of it. So first, I heard there's a concern about crime and public safety related to the school and the businesses along the street. I think the school would have its own approach to securing its campus, as they do. But I would say in general that one of the best deterrents to crime is they say eyes on the street. And so having that, there are studies out there that show that mixed use development helps to deter crime, where you have residents living above and there at night or during COVID all day long, perhaps, with eyes looking down on the street. That's a good form of crime deterrence. So it helps just having this kind of type of development, and the density does in that regard as well. Certainly the modern buildings, the commercial development would have security features, I assume, built into them, as they generally do with alarms and so forth. And then the question about, I think you're discussing, like, could there be a pedestrian bridge crossing over to Sunnyvale?
I mean, there is there. I think there is a
there.
pedestrian. Yeah, there is a
Right.
pedestrian bridge crossing,
So
but how can we improve the connections, right? Because when I look at that, I feel like there's a lot on the Sunnyvale side that, I mean, I know it's going to be very unpopular, but if we have a road and one of your diagrams shows that, was it Old Glory Lane, kind of cuts through, and it cuts through directly to where that pedestrian bridge is. And if you could make that into a small road or something like that, or have we looked into options of how we can improve that connection?
So we are planning to improve the pedestrian and bicycle access to it, because we do have the Paseo system that connects into that creek trail. There's the north-south creek trail, which is probably somewhat could be better utilized. And we're providing east-west connections to that with the Paseos and the open space that are in the plan. And then I think that would help to activate or better utilize the pedestrian bridge that's there, because people on Sunnyvale side would be attracted over to the parks and the retail that would come in with a specific plan. So I think it would have that effect. And we certainly were, in putting the Paseos and locating the parks where we did, thinking about how to try to better make those connections.
I mean, I guess more directly, have we talked to Sunnyvale about what we could do at that interface?
I know there have been conversations with Sunnyvale on that topic. Let me see. We might have to follow up more with them, but you mean like improvements on the Sunnyvale side? I know that the Sunnyvale staff, when we discussed it, they had, they have some concerns about wanting that access, but also not, they're not sure exactly what their residents are thinking on their side of it as well. So, it's something we can discuss with them further.
Because I feel this is going to affect their residents, whether they decide to do anything or not. So I think it would be best to have a discussion.
Yeah, we have met a couple occasions with the Sunnyvale staff, and then we've also included Sunnyvale residents in our community workshop invitations and had some participation from them as well. So we definitely recognize that even though it's a different city, there are neighbors, and we're trying to include them in the planning process.
And then again, I guess we went over it about parking and the schools, but what happens if we don't have a school there?
Yeah, so I can't really speak to what the school district would ultimately decide how to address the attendance for residents if there's not a new school in this area. That would really be up to the school district to decide, and it could change over time as well too. We're in conversations with them. We're providing them with information as we can, but ultimately that lies in their jurisdiction to make decisions around that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think one of my biggest things is I think Councilmember Jane brought it up too, and maybe many others have too, which is the factor of I think we should really have requirements for grocery stores. And the reason why I say this is because right now a lot of San Jose residents are going and using Santa Clara's River Mark Plaza. Sunnyvale is also using River Mark in the north side too. It's getting to be kind of a crunch, I think, for a lot of what's happening in the north side. And I don't think we should put a lot of that pressure on there. There's been a lot of talk, and I think an email just came out recently tonight, which is about something about San Jose and Santa Clara relations, which I just read and my name was mentioned in it, but I'm kind of a little confused by it because there comes a lot into working this relationship out between cities. For example, San Jose should start providing some, better transportation, as well at the same time, they need to provide a little more housing. A little more grocery stores to be a part of that housing. Councilmember Park kind of said something, about Sunnyvale as a major factor too. As we need to actually improve that relationship with Sunnyvale, because it kind of reminds me, I've recently spoke to somebody from Sunnyvale, and I will not name who that person is, who said that basically the relationship with Santa Clara is they don't look to the western border, kind of like the movie The Lion King, where that shadowy place, where the light doesn't touch, that's not part of their kingdom. And I said, well, we need to change that kind of relationship to make it a little more harmonious. So I'm wondering if there's ways that we can be a little more progressive in that harmonious relationship. At the same time, looking at land use, we're talking about schools, city council doesn't have much to do about schools, but we have a lot of responsibility with the land use. And I see a lot of potential of saving pieces of land for schooling. And that the reason why I say this is because I'm looking at a compass from our past, and that is basically because of roads, schools, infrastructure. Those are the things that really started here in Santa Clara. If you look in a lot of the neighborhoods, it was housing, schools, grocery stores, basically the necessities and the infrastructure that was there with it. So when I see like a lot of these kind of projects, I'm kind of concerned because we're kind of abandoning those ideals, I think, because we're kind of moving forward. Let's just build the housing, but we need to kind of have that basis. So my question to you is, how are we going to deliver the schools, the infrastructure, without, I guess, causing too many rifting issues with neighboring cities, where we can actually progressively make that relationship work?
Could someone answer that? I know it's a lot of school district questions, but would anyone like to try to answer that?
What I can say, I'm sort of reiterating, but is that we are doing what we can to support the school district, I believe, by including the potential for a school in the EIR. So we're providing them with environmental clearance should they move forward with the school. I mean, they receive developer impact fees from the new development. And it's really, and that includes commercial as well as residential. So all the activity in northern part of the city, in the city overall, for the most part, is contributing fees towards the school district. But it's, just under the legal framework in which we work in the state, it's ultimately their responsibility to acquire land and build schools. We have, reached out to our property owners and said the school district was interested in talking with them and facilitate some communications along those lines as well. So I think that's what we've done and can do. We're dealing with privately owned properties, so we're not in a position where we can designate a privately owned property for a public use in that way. So
Understand.
that's what I can say about the schools.
Okay, and I know I you know, maybe it's a broken record, but you know, I get the complaints, you know, a lot of people from the north side about, you know, the grocery store issue. People who are from San Jose that I know about the grocery store issue. Are we able to have that power where we are able to really push as a requirement to require some sort of grocery store within a certain amount of radius? Because if you look at, you know, where myself, Mayor Gilmore lives, I think maybe even Councilmember Hardy and a few others, we have some grocery stores within a pretty good radius. So I'm wondering if that will be something that will be really emphasized, or we can really push for further down the line.
Yeah. Well, you know, that really rely on the private sector to build and operate a grocery store. You know, we do require ground floor commercial space in the development, but we're not able to really dictate what tenant specific, you know, would be in that space. I think that, like I said before, grocery stores really look at population numbers when they think about where they might open. So just the fact that we're planning residential would be helpful. Back when cities had redevelopment agencies, sometimes they would, you know, look at even like trying to subsidize grocery stores, although that often didn't work very well. I think was the experience that cities had when they tried that approach. So I think we're trying, you know, make sure that there's a sufficient commercial square footage in the specific plan to accommodate a grocery store. And, you know, I can certainly pass on, I think, as we get a little bit further along with some of the developers, perhaps we can understand what their thinking would work in terms of the commercial square footage they have. They're considering within their building. So I definitely will make a note that that's a, you know, a big concern and need in this area, and see if we can get more information on it.
Thank you, Andrew. And thank you again, because that really kind of was helpful to a lot of the people who I told to tune in to listen to this part, because then they can understand a little bit more about the grocery store issue. Thank you.
Sorry, trying to unmute there. Okay, is there any other council questions or comments before I go to the public? Okay, thanks. I'm going to go to the public now. We're going to start with Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff. You're first.
Hello, thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. I am Jeff Houston, a resident of Santa Clara. I wholeheartedly support the overall concept of this development plan. My question is, how do we address the need for the future residents to recreate outdoors? I quote from tonight's agenda packet. The theoretical maximum parkland obligation for the plan would be 68.4 acres. However, the total acreage of land potentially available for development, some of which is encumbered by easements, is only 67.2 acres. It is thus apparent that the city must determine an appropriate balance between land for development and land required for parkland dedication that will address the city's objectives for a new high-quality urban neighborhood in a feasible manner, end quote. This is a problem that needs to be resolved. I'm sorry I don't have suggestions for a solution. We should not invite neighbors, new neighbors, into our community without providing them adequate outdoor recreational opportunities. Thank you, that is all.
Thank you, Jeff. Next we go to Tony H. Tony, go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Hello.
Okay,
Tony.
yeah, okay. My name is Tony Huang. First, I would like to thank you for giving me a chance to voice our concern about this planning proposal. Regarding the roadway connecting the Patrick Henry Drive and the Mission College Boulevard, I'm with the Councilman Park on the increase of the crime rate. I think the roadway would be a downfall for the Mission College and its neighborhood because the increase of the traffic flow that definitely causes more safety-related accidents, such as crime and violence, not mention air pollutions in the school campus and the neighborhood. Also, it will create major traffic delay in and out of the Mission College for students and surrounding neighbors. Furthermore, the roadway will increase dangerous interaction between cars and bikes. It will put students and other pedestrians at risk, and sure will lead to more accidents, injuries, and fatalities. So I sincerely urge the council to reconsider and cancel this roadway proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Next, we have Vince. Go ahead, Vince.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Vince Rocha with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. You know, this is actually really an exciting plan that staff has been working really hard at. I was impressed to see the all the elements coming together, whether that is trying to find reasonable ways to create mobility within the plan, ensuring that we can have up to 12,000 homes, which are desperately needed in that part of Santa Clara, which is extremely jobs rich, with more jobs coming in other adjacent plans and developments. And, you know, the needs of making sure that Santa Clara has a path forward without cars being the only option will require a transportation plan that is bigger than just the specific plan. And one way of making sure you have a multimodal Santa Clara is ensuring streets like Great America Parkway are safe to bike on. I've personally biked on it and it is a highway. It's terrifying, and especially if you expect people to get to light rail. I know you can go up Patrick Henry to get to light rail, but I think all streets should be much safer. So the leadership group really does support transit-oriented development, and that's what this is. And the residents will attract the businesses that will provide the services, in addition to the businesses already in existence in the area. So I just wanted to say staff is doing a good job. We just want to make sure that any proposal that moves forward in the end is in fact feasible, so we can see the benefits of this housing and in this area, which is desperately needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Vince. Alex, go ahead, Alex.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council, Andrew and staff. Alex Shore, Executive Director of Catalyze SV. Great presentation. Really nice to learn about all the work staff's been doing on this and the engagement with the development community and the larger community. Just, you know, usually we sort of focus on the project by project level, so our members haven't had a chance to look at much in Patrick Henry, but we do hope that the work on this plan will lead to developers proposing projects such as high density office and housing, and that our members will have a chance to weigh in on those projects. And we're looking forward to that. A couple of questions just were spurred for me, and I don't know if Andrew, you want to answer them in response, or if a council member wants to carry the torch for us. But I think my two big questions were, and you addressed this a little bit, how do we create, you know, walkable blocks? You know, these are big tracts of land, and this part of San Jose and Santa Clara is used to big developments that aren't always the most human scale, where we feel like they're walkable and livable, and they feel like the kinds of neighborhoods and cities that we want. So how can we work on that as part of the plan? And I also found a little surprising and wondered if you were willing to dig in more on this consultant's assumption that high density affordable housing wouldn't work in the area. That hasn't been our experience in the projects we've worked on in San Jose and Santa Clara. So just trying to understand that. And thank you to Councilmember Chahal and Councilmember Jane and others for talking about increasing the affordability as part of this project so we can get as many affordable houses as possible. I know that's a big goal and a challenge with the RHNA numbers right now in Santa Clara. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Alex. We have SV Leads. SV Leads.
Hi, apologies. I'm in the wrong Zoom. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am calling with YIMBY Action. We are a housing advocacy group. We support welcoming communities where everyone can thrive. And I want to start by thanking the council and staff for working on what I think is a really important plan to plan for walkable neighborhood where there are homes for people of all incomes and ages and abilities to be able to really thrive and have a great community. And I appreciated all your detailed questions about the various ways in which you want to make sure this is a high quality place to live for future residents. So I would just urge you to really think about maximizing the homes here. I would support scenario A. The reason for this is, as I'm sure many of you know, although it has felt a little bit less urgent, I think, for many of us during COVID, we are still very much in a housing crisis. Homelessness in our county has only increased. Lots of people are still living in overcrowded conditions, even through a pandemic. And even more folks used to super commute and will super commute again as we, get back to working in offices. So I think it's really, really important that we have lots of homes and we maximize the housing that we're able to build. I think we need to balance the need for open space, which I do think is a need, with feasible development and not precluding mid-rises, which are much more affordable construction type. And I think I will leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next we have Jean. Go ahead, Jean.
Hi, I would like to see us go back to meeting the requirements of the park and to stop ditching and dodging the responsibility of what we've already agreed to as a city for the park requirement. It may be tough to meet, but at some point we need to buck up and just meet it. That's part of the problem in Santa Clara, is we don't meet our obligations. We just keep ducking them. Another part of the problem is no one else is building anything either. The Stevens Creek development, San Jose is relying on Santa Clara's parks. One thing I don't see in any of the plans is, what about fire station or more police stations or any kind of public safety? Where is that in the plan? Are you adding to that? You got a lot of people coming into one park, one place. Mr. Houston hit the nail right on the head. We have to stop ducking the park thing. You can't keep putting more and more people. You're going to have a lot of nutty, crazy people because they have to have a place to go recreate. And you keep talking about walkable. There's mobility issues as people age. So everything can't be walkable. Everybody can't ride a bike. So you still have to plan for automobiles, be they electric, be they hydrogen, be they whatever, but you still have to plan for mobility in cars. So please don't give up on people who can't ride a bike and aren't going to be able to be walking. Thank you.
Thank you. Max, go ahead, Max.
Hello?
Hello, Max, go ahead.
Oh, yes. Hey, I'm the father of a Mission College student. I would like to say no of the proposal new roadway build in connection between the Patrick Henry Drive and the Mission College Drive. I agree with Mr. Park. We have a big concern, the traffic safety and the noise, security, crime issue around the campus for the Mission College students. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Strine, Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just want to say, I know there's an Equinox Fitness Center coming to Related. I don't know, when the groundbreaking for that, it keeps on getting extended. I guess it was supposed to be early this year. Now it's the end of the year. But Equinox, I checked the fitness center in Palo Alto there, and their fees are really expensive. And I'm trying to get like something like a 24-hour fitness center up in the north side. And we had a meeting, I guess, a while back concerning that Patrick Henry connection with Freedom Circle and Mission College Boulevard. I guess there was development there supposed to be going on. And I don't know about those other buildings on the other side of Mission College Boulevard. I know they've been sitting empty for a while, those new buildings. And I'm guessing it's because of the past COVID restrictions. Businesses are scared to start up because they don't know when the economy is going to be shut down again. I talked to Michi's owner, a guy named Pete. He's owner of Michi's Pizzeria. And I told him about the IHOP. And he said, no more brick and mortar. We're not taking any more chances. So I think people are scared to start a business now because they don't know when they're going to get shut down. So I'm hoping there's a future where people won't have to worry about starting a business. And I'm doing my best to recall the governor to hopefully get somebody in there that will push county people to make sure that we keep our businesses open so people could have trust in the future of our economy. Yeah, I do look forward to the related project. I'm hoping it comes to fruition, and the Patrick Henry project, I'm looking forward to anything on the north side, because yeah, Safeway is not enough. We do need more shopping options, and we need a less expensive option like a fitness center. Because I mean, the price of homes, the cost of rent, not everybody can afford those high Equinox type monthly fees to stay in shape. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Mary, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and Council. I have just a couple of statements to make. Didn't Kylie, I understood from a couple of years ago that Kylie was planning on building the school in their property. So are they building two schools now? The one on Kylie and a new school? And then also, I want, several of you expressed the idea of talking to all the contractors that are building out there, and you've got quite a few, including related. Why can't they all share in coming up with a transportation system to cover all, have them cover all the costs for like a shuttle? And I think that's the only two comments I have to make, but I would like to know if there is one or two schools going up. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to get through the public presentations, and I'll ask staff to answer some of these questions, including that one. Thank you, Mary. All right, we have events SVH.
Yes, thank you. This is Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at Home, representing events. Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and Council. It's a pleasure to be here. It's very exciting to see this work coming to fruition. It's been a long time coming, and I know it's been to Council a number of times, but it feels like it's getting very close. I just want to say that we work regionally, and I am constantly talking about the fact that Santa Clara and this council and past councils really made a commitment to building complete communities. It's happening in other places, but it tends to be one big tech firm that makes it happen. And I feel like the city's done a great job of making that commitment and really committing to building housing to balance the jobs heavy nature of the surrounding area, including the future related project. And I've heard this as a priority, and we've seen it in action. And I think this is a great example, and staff deserves a lot of credit for that, and the council deserves credit. On the affordability piece, we support the ongoing efforts of both staff and the council to acknowledge the need to broaden the range from the existing inclusionary requirements. The fact is that not an insignificant portion of the neighboring high-tech office workers are not paid enough to afford market rents in Santa Clara. And while we haven't seen the feasibility analysis of the affordability requirements, we understand that this is part of an ongoing planning for updating the inclusionary ordinance. We'd love to see it. We know that it's a challenge to find that sweet spot between asking for what you need and asking for so much that it kills development. And so we're optimistic going forward, and we look forward to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Matthew. Next, we have Corey. Go ahead, Corey.
Hey, good evening. Corey Smith on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition. We're a regional nonprofit that advocates for more homes at all income levels. I also want to thank staff and council for all of their work on this important issue, and align myself with the comments of Matthew from SV at Home, Kelsey from YIMBY Action, and Vince from the leadership group, and make two additional points. Number one, the planned area was designated as an area for change in the general plan because locating housing in job-rich areas like this is just really good city planning. And we're seeing it across the entire Bay Area. Cities are trying to make sure housing is located near jobs to create vibrant mixed-use neighborhoods. The second piece, any action to increase things like affordable housing or open space does cost money. So at the end of the day, as it becomes more and more difficult to cover increasing costs, please be thoughtful in what you're asking any proposal to subsidize. As mentioned, the RHNA numbers are increasing, so it's more important than ever to ensure homes actually get built. Thank you again for all your work.
Thank you, Corey. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on the Patrick Henry plan? Anyone else?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I received a public comment email.
Okay, would you
on
like
this
to
item?
read that, please?
Yes. It is from Amy Lau. It says, I am a student who is currently studying in Mission College. With the new proposed roadway being built to connect high-density residential communities on Patrick Henry Drive and Mission College Boulevard, I have a couple of reasons for such objection. More traffic and high-risk interactions between cars and bikes to my campus. Traffic noise will impact negatively to the quiet and safe learning campus. More traffic delay in and out of Mission College. Higher chances of cars being burglarized. Possibility of parking permit price might go up, might cause limited parking spaces in campus. End of comment.
Thank you. So let me ask staff, there was some, a few questions that came in from the public members. I don't know if you were collecting those questions.
I think I caught a couple of them.
Caught a couple. Andrew, could you answer the best you can for what you may have heard?
Yeah, thank you. So on the question about the school site on the Kylie development, so that was part of the reason I reached out to talk with them today. And so I do understand that they are no longer planning a school site as part of the Kylie development. We have not seen a new plan from them we haven't received anything from them for over a year, but they did tell me verbally today that as they reconfigure their proposed development and reducing heights, along with that, they did not keep the school site or could not keep the school site in their plan, they said. So that's that. The school district may be looking for other sites as well, though. The site that was included within the Kylie development, they said would have been a little bit undersized, would have been undersized for a full junior high, I think they were looking at. So they were thinking about maybe 2 grades there and 2 grades somewhere else. But so even with that Kylie site, they were in play, they were looking for an additional site, is my understanding. And then there were 2 questions from Alex Shore. How do we create walkable blocks, recognizing that is important when the block size is tied to walkability. And in the specific plan, we are breaking up the land use area with new streets and paseos. That's part of the balancing act of dedications, but a lot of times those spaces are also needed for emergency vehicle access and other things. So they provide multiple purposes that they suit. But that is in the plan to sort of reduce the block sizes so that the new development does have that pedestrian scale. And then I think there was maybe, I should clarify on the affordability, the information we have is not that a 100% affordable project isn't feasible. We think those definitely are feasible. We are seeing them in our specific plan areas. I would mention that both Lawrence Station and Tasmania specific plans have 100% affordable housing developments within them that have come forward as a result of I think, the plan's adoption. And so it's quite possible that we could get a 100% affordable housing project within the Patrick Henry specific plan area as well. And that's really there's like two main components to our strategy to provide affordable housing. One is through these 100% affordable projects where we collect fees from commercial development or other types of projects where we can then help subsidize those 100% affordable housing projects, and we partner with them, work with the county and so forth. And then the other is through our inclusionary requirement, which is integrating affordable units within market rate development. So that's you're really speaking to the concern around feasibility would be if we were to increase the percentage or number of units that the developer of a market rate project had to dedicate as affordable units, that of course takes away from their revenue and affects the overall feasibility of their project. And we were trying to understand through our economic consultant the implications of that. What is the point at which a project can bear those costs? So I had those three questions. I don't know if there were other questions that the council wanted us to respond to.
I have a couple questions, Director Crabtree. The first question I have is, I know we had a lot of discussion in the past about aligning that road with Mission College. Has Mission College given us an official position on that road?
No, they have not. We did reach out to them actually several months ago. Well, we actually even initially, when we started the specific plan process, met with them more than over a year ago in person. We met with them and talked about the concept. And then as we've continued through the process, done the analysis, at that point, they expressed an interest in seeing what the traffic analysis would tell us about the traffic levels to expect. They have all that information now, and they have been evaluating that through their internal process now for several months. So we continue to communicate with them, and they tell us that they're continuing their consideration of that process.
Well, we happen to have a City of Santa Clara Mission College Liaison Committee meeting. I think it's tomorrow. So yes, certainly we can bring that up and talk about that as well. Yes. So we'll do that. And then, so in talking about that, because I know that there was, there's been some concerns that have been brought up, but I think we had quite a bit of discussion about the importance of putting that roadway there, because it's my understanding that all the traffic would flow onto Great America Parkway. Is that correct? From the majority of this project?
Yeah, there's a significant amount of traffic that would flow from this project onto Great America Parkway. And so this does help definitely with providing an alternative way for people that want to go south. And just, it's a good planning practice that when you have a destination immediately adjacent to a new development, you want to provide direct means of access rather than forcing people out onto more of an arterial roadway and then back in,
and then back in to go to the commercial area. And that one of the things that I know Mission College has been striving to do over the years is as they develop their campus, I mean, their campus is pretty incredible now compared to what it was before with that big old building that's now gone and how they're renovating. One of the things I know President Peck at Mission College and the board has always talked about opening up Mission College to the community. And there's so many things that they want to, collaborate with the city of Santa Clara in terms of opening up and the resources there. And I know council member, I think it was Jane, talked about, sharing fields and things like that. They are talking about community events and other things. I don't know if they have a fitness center there that maybe, you know, residents could use or other things, but I know that they have really had a huge emphasis on opening up the campus to a lot of residents and business residents in Santa Clara. So I'm very much in favor of that road and opening it up to the college, because I think there's a lot of opportunities, and just the mere fact that you can go straight to the commercial center there is really important to keep that traffic off of Mission College Boulevard. In terms of the grocery stores and other things, I mean, I know that, you know, you can't force the grocery store there. We can say we want to see something like that. And again, you know, Safeway, of course, in Rivermark, and that's a completely different type of development, and that's a much lower density development than what we're talking about here. But that was the first of its kind back in 2000 when I was on the council. That was, you know, pretty incredible. Everybody thought that was way too dense. Now look at it now. But you know, there's Whole Foods in Santa Clara Square right there and other things. But I think there's much more of a demand for probably, you know, the smaller boutique type grocery stores like Trader Joe's and other things, as people have the lifestyles that they have now, and they want, you know, all the pre-prepared foods and the specialty foods, and they want convenience and other things. It doesn't necessarily have to be a, you know, a 50,000 or 70,000 square foot Safeway, but certainly, you know, some type of food amenity there is going to be super important. So I think we should, you know, put the emphasis that we want to see that there. The market's going to dictate what actual retail commercials there, because as you mentioned, there is now and going to be more retail all over the place out there, which is fabulous for Santa Clara. Any connection to Sunnyvale is great if we can, you know, open that up, if that's what they want. I'm not sure that's what Sunnyvale wants from us, but certainly anything there that we can do. But I think the plan is really, it's really shaping up very well. And I know it's been through the community a few times, and it'll be through a few times more, but I'm really pleased to see, you know, what we have here and the deeper levels of affordability, and there's a lot of amenities around there too. So I think in terms of a shuttle, that's a great idea out there. It'd probably have to be some kind of an assessment district or some kind of a district to, you know, have everyone pay into that. And I know that's not something, you know, the city, we can participate, but it's also up to the businesses out there to pay for something like that. And I think it would be beneficial for them to invest in that as well, especially for the last mile. So I'm very pleased with what's happening. And I think as we go further, it's going to shape up, you know, even nicer. And thank you for all the good work that you've done, Director Crabtree, and your department, all the departments that have participated with this specific plan. So tell me now, you've heard all of our comments. Is there anything you need from us in addition to the comments that you've heard, Director Crabtree?
No, thank you. I think that we've gotten good input, and I appreciate all the things that we've heard today from the council and the community. So we're ready to move forward with what we've heard. Thank you.
So our next step, specifically, tell us our specific next step on this plan.
Well, the next thing that will be happening with the community major milestone is the release of the environmental impact report. So we're going through that CEQA process. We plan to come back to the Planning Commission and City Council in the fall for the plan adoption. In between now and then, we'll think about what further interaction with the council we need, if any, just to fine tune some of these questions, or if we can do them when we come back with the plan. So we'll have to think about that a little bit and figure out what our next steps are. But the next thing for the public will be the release of the EIR, and then working towards the fall, having the final draft of the plan ready.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Does anybody have any final comments on this before we move on? All right. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Jane.
Wait a minute. Councilmember Jane, you have a final comment?
Yeah, I'm really concerned about the TDM measures in this plan. You know, we're looking at 25,000 people, and it's super important that we have, you know, sufficient bike rooms, sufficient incentives to use the light rail, that we're providing passes and so on. So again, I know we talked about in the climate action plan a 25% VMT reduction due to active measures. And I know this will happen before the climate action plan. So I'm wondering if that's under consideration.
Yeah, yes. So TDM measures will be something we will address in the specific plan. So we'll make sure we address that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. I see no more action on this. Thank you very much. And City Council, we've been going for over 4 hours now, so we're going to take a break. Let's say it's 10:05. If we could have a 15-minute break so some of us can eat dinner. So 10:20, if we can take 15 minutes. So we'll be back here at 10:20. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for the break. Our next item we have on the agenda is the public meeting on the formation of the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District and the levy of assessments on effective lodging business. So on item 6 tonight, the meeting on the formation of the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District and the levy of assessments on affected lodging businesses. There is no council action on this item, and I'm currently opening the public meeting to allow members of the public to provide comments on this item. So is there any member of the public that would like to provide comment on this item? I don't see any. Do we have any written comments or e-comments on this item?
I do not have any, Mayor.
Okay, so seeing that there are none, this closes the public meeting on the formation of the Santa Clara Tourism Improvement District and the levy of assessments on affected lodging businesses. The public hearing has been noticed for May 25th. Can we please have a motion and vote to close this public meeting?
I'll motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Jane. Assistant City Clerk. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. All right, thank you very much. We close the public meeting on that. That passes unanimously. Next, we have item number 7, consideration of Silicon Valley Power quarterly strategic plan update, continued from April 6th. Director Pineda, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council. Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. Pleasure to be here tonight with you. I will go ahead and share a presentation. And let me make sure it's working here. Okay, can everybody see the presentation?
Yeah, I can see it.
Great, thank you very much. Awesome. So it's a pleasure to be here tonight. I know it's late. I do have quite a few slides for you, but we'll try to go quickly while also sharing all the appropriate information with you. So tonight I'm here to talk about our Silicon Valley Power quarterly strategic plan update. And from an agenda perspective, we'll start first just by talking a little bit about the strategic plan. And I just want to note that we obviously do this 4 times a year. And typically we have a theme that we have for each one. We do have an overall strategic plan that we provide updates on. Today's is a very short one, just one page, but I am planning to do a longer one, especially with the new council members on board, to go into a little more detail. Probably looking at a September timeframe for that. For the June timeframe, our focus will be on our rebate programs, which I know council has had a lot of feedback and perspective on. Then we'll jump into the system expansion plan itself and load growth. And there's a lot of history on that. So I'll go over some slides on previous council discussion and then jump to some of the updated information, our current status and what you're going to be seeing over the next few months, as well as our next steps. So this is my one slide today on the strategic plan. As I committed, I will do a more detailed version of this for you in the next, as one of the next quarterly updates, probably our September one. But we have a near-term, short-term, intermediate-term, and long-term goals. In green, you see that we have completed a number of those goals already, a number of those activities. And in blue, we have a number in progress as well. We did have some delays on some items because of COVID-19. As you know, during COVID, we had to take a lot of priorities in providing power to people, getting people to work, and all the things that we had to do, as well as providing a lot of services for the community who was having a difficult time during that period. So we'll spend a lot more time on this over the coming year, and we'll get into a lot more detail. But today we really want to talk a little bit more about load growth and kind of where our load's at. So this table, I'm not going to get into all the details on it, but just kind of shows where we've been from a gigawatt hours or where our sales have been. The only 2 important highlights out of this table, without getting into all the numbers, is that you can see we had pretty good growth over the last 20 years with a little bit of a flat spot a few years back. maybe just a little downturn, but once again on the upswing. So SVP saw a lot of growth over the last 20 years, and we started that growth again over the last year or so. One thing I wanted to note that when you look at the strategic priorities, we obviously have our strategic plan. But one thing we did back in November of 2019 is that the SVP executive staff met to review our strategic priorities. And we had many priorities, as you can imagine, and we went through this whole thing. We were there, I think, 4 hours, whiteboard, and worked through a lot of items. But we walked out of there with 4 key ones that were focused for us. One was the utility growth plan and capital improvement strategy to meet the utility growth plan, and that's going to be our focus today. Another one was our maintenance program, and I think you heard me talk about maintenance a lot over the last year and a half, and a lot of the contracts, agreements, and work we've been doing. Our power acquisition strategy, and that's a continuous element that never stops. And succession planning, which of course is a little more difficult during this harder COVID-19 times. As I mentioned, we had some delays to COVID-19 related to this as well, but we have been providing updates to you as part of the quarterly report. So I'm going to hit on some of those historical slides. So for previous council discussions, as many of you know, SVP's peak demand, our current peak, is almost 600 megawatts. And what our peak means is really kind of what is the highest power we have to provide during the year. Our peak, not necessarily the 600, but right around our peak is usually 15 to 20 times a year. And during those 15 to 20 days a year, it occurs for 2 to 4 hours. We have a capacity rating of 780 megawatts, meaning that we can grow up to 780 megawatts from our current high of almost 600 without doing additional projects. But as we talked about before, we were planning for 1,000 plus megawatts based on the projected demand that we have. Based on that, we really just wanted to put our arms around what our system expansion plan would be. And we went through a full process where we selected consultants. City Council authorized a number of agreements on October 2020, both for the system expansion plan, but as well as design master agreements for future projects. And we have also been working on additional transmission capacity with PG&E, because as you can imagine, it's not just about the projects that we have to do within the city, but also the projects that are required so we can bring additional power to the city on those transmission PG&E lines. So as part of the system expansion plan, we've been doing system planning, substation and transmission line development, and also looking at load development costs. Load development costs are the cost of new development pay in the city for SVP infrastructure. Our goal was to do a near-term plan, something what we need to do today, as well as a long-term plan over the next 20 years. What's driving our load growth? And this is just a summary, doesn't hit everything, but it gives you a general idea of some of the big projects that are occurring in the city. Some the council has seen as part of substation agreements, some fairly large ones all the way up to 99 megawatts, smaller ones to 27 megawatts. There's upcoming substation agreements that are going to be for your consideration again, as well early this year and as well as through early 2022. We also have a commercial and residential development like Tasman East, which is already approved, El Camino specific plan, which I think we recently had a study session on, so you're very familiar with that, and Patrick Henry specific plan, which you just spent a little bit of time on with Andrew just before this item. So what we do is we have a capital project schedule that we plan out for to make sure that we can address all these capacity items. And as I mentioned, we'll be looking for additional developer contributions for capacity projects that will be needed. So no need to spend a lot of time here. This is just to show you that a lot of the projects we're talking about are all either approved, have entitlements, or are actually already under construction. And this just gives you a flavor of everything that's happening in Santa Clara, kind of from an SVP perspective. All right, so now kind of gave you the history of where we were and kind of going with the new information that I have for you today regarding our load growth and the capital projects that are going to be required to meet that growth. So when we talk about load growth, and I lightly touched on this earlier, we want to think about 2 activities, and they're very multi-phase, but 2 activities. We have our SVP activities of what we need to do with our system, and then we have the PG&E projects on their transmission so they can bring the power into our system. What we did is we analyzed a new load based on those upcoming projects that I talked about. And like I said, not all of them, but just to give you a flavor. And then not just what they're supposed to be at, but how are they going to ramp? How's their load going to ramp over the next few years? Then we look at the additional power and transmission capacity that's required. So we have to bring the power in. That means getting additional generation. Then working with the California Independent System Authority, or CAISO, and CEC on that additional transmission capacity and growth. And then working with PG&E to actually do the projects to increase the transmission capacity. From our end, SVP projects, we have our system growth plan. So I mentioned we had an RFQ that went through its process. It was delayed about 4-6 months. We didn't want to, but we had other priorities. But council awarded that contract, and we have some preliminary results that you're going to be seeing today. And we expect to come back to you with an informational final report in a May-June timeframe. So we talked about our peak load being around, up to almost 600. That was a couple of years ago, high 500s typically. And this table shows you where we're looking at being, where we're at today, about 590 megawatts, and where we're looking at being in 10 years, about 1142 megawatts, so almost twice as much. And just to show you how we're looking at this, we place different projects at different times when we expect they're going to happen. And then we applied a load ramp to those projects. And it's not important to focus on what projects are on this list. This is just to give you an idea of how we're looking at it and how we're placing different loads at different times to see how the ramp's gonna occur over the next few years. As I mentioned, we need additional generation. And right now we're talking about 550 megawatts of carbon-free energy that are in different status. Some of are executed, some are being renegotiated for some reason, some are in negotiations, and some are doing investigation. And this is a snapshot in time. This changes throughout the year. We're always looking for different opportunities. In fact, just to let you know, the last one, which is the solar for 89 megawatts, talking to our regular monthly meeting today, that we have gone on that one from preliminary investigation to we're now in official negotiations with them. So this is a snapshot in time. If I show you this in a few months, you'll have some of the same, you'll have some additional ones, and you'll have some that maybe didn't work out. But right now we're looking at about 550 megawatts actively looking at. To get those megawatts into the city, we of course need that additional transmission. And we go through a process called the CAISO yearly transmission planning process. And you can tell by our two boxes on the left is the completed items, on the right, the upcoming items that we have been doing a lot over the last, almost a year, not quite a year yet. In June, we started work on the updated load that got us to that 1142 megawatts. Then we followed up with discussion with CSC. I started talking to PG&E, and those are regular meetings we're having with them. The CSC adopted our new load forecast, which was a huge step and a great work by staff to get us there. We provided comments on the study plan. And just recently, I presented to the CAISO board, and it was actually a good discussion. The CAISO board was very engaged, which was very positive, as well as PG&E was at the meeting, and they discussed looking forward to working with us on the additional transmission projects that will be required. With ultimately a final study plan recently posted that did have our load growth in it. I'm not going to go to the box on the right, but as you can tell, our work's not done. A lot of upcoming items over the next year, year and a half to continue to work through these items on the transmission. I do want to note when I say additional transmission, that doesn't mean that we need a new transmission line. And in this case, we don't expect that's what it means. That's a whole separate project. It's really about upgrading the existing transmission facilities. And I just wanted to be clear on that because those are two different projects. So that's what we're looking at PG&E. What upgrades will the existing transmission lines need? So don't expect you to be able to read. I can't even read it if I get close up. The graphic on the right there, but that reflects our system. It's kind of like a summary, higher level, but just to show you what a system growth plan looks like. As I mentioned, the first draft is completed. We ended up doing what we call a 3-year near-term implementation plan about all the projects that need to start over the next 3 years, not completed, but start over the next 3 years. And then we're also going to have a 20-year long-term plan. Our expectation is we're going to be reviewing this every 3 to 5 years for updates. As you can imagine, as much as me and the group would like to say we know exactly what's going to be happening in 20 years, we don't. So the goal is to update as needed so we can update the long-term plan. The projects that we are looking at are both capacity and maintenance. And in most of the cases, they're combined. We're taking the opportunity to do maintenance work or upgrade facilities, but also increase capacity. And we have right now approximately 16 near-term projects that we have identified at a cost of approximately $230 million. This is all very conceptual. So I'll tell you right now, those numbers will change, but they're really just to give you a flavor, a perspective of the number of projects that we have to do and the cost associated with them. So of the 16 projects, we have 2 large projects. We have 3 receiving stations in the city, and both the Scott Receiving Station, or SRS, which you'll hear me say SRS before, and Kiefer Receiving Station, or KRS, are at the end of life. They're both over 50 years old, and they need a full replacement. Since we need to do a full replacement, which falls into that maintenance category of upgrading older equipment, that's really good. But since we're doing this, we also want to take the opportunity to increase the capacity from 372 to 600 MVA, and also set it up that if we ever need more in the future, we can even go higher. So it does both. It kind of does a maintenance project for us. It's not that we're fixing things, but we're replacing a facility that's at end of life, but also increasing capacity. With the new facility, it'd be lower maintenance, smaller footprint, and also easier to expand. And we expect both to be around a $60 to $70 million range. So I'm not going to go, both the bullet points are the same for both, so I'm not going to go through both of them. We also have a number of other projects. As I mentioned, we identified 16. We have projects to our bulk electric system and also to our 60 kV system. Not going to the list, but as you can tell, it includes things like transformers, breakers, reconductoring. So it's a well-balanced list. And just similar to the receiving stations, some of them are replacing old equipment. And in some cases, replacing that old equipment also allows us to upgrade the equipment for the additional load that we're going to be receiving. So the last major project I want to talk about today that's currently very active is the battery storage project, battery storage, energy storage system, or BESS. We have completed an RFP for the battery storage project. We have selected a vendor, went through a full interview process, did multiple interviews to get us to do a selection. It's very complicated, being the first one in the city. We expect this project will be here for council consideration in a June-July timeframe for you. And the size of it will be a 50 megawatt battery storage project that would be about 4 hours. As you can tell from the map, it would be located next to our DVR power plant in a building that we already own that's currently not utilized. And the building is obsolete, but obviously we own the building and the property. And our goal is to have it operational by 23-24. We're really shooting for 23. It might move over to 24 depending on a couple of elements, but we'll get more details as we go through it. We believe this project has a lot of benefits for the city. I'll go through them. One is it serves that peak load and helps meet growth. As I mentioned to you, the one thing we have a peak load capacity of 780. We are working with PG&E to get additional transmission into the city, but a local battery energy storage system can be loaded up when you're not at your peak, and it can be used during those peak hours. And because our peak hours are 15 to 20, or the highest peak is 15 to 20 days a year for 2 to 4 hours a day during those 15 to 20 days, it serves really well, the battery storage, to meet that peak load and meet growth. Outside of those 15 to 20 days, of course, it's a great opportunity to increase use of renewable energy. As you know, there's a lot of renewable energy during the day, like solar, that there's a lot that's not utilized. This would give us the opportunity to be able to use the renewable energy during the day for the batteries and use it at different times of the day where maybe renewable energy is not available. It's located within our city. So once you have loaded the batteries, it's not affected by transmission because it's all internal to our system. And of course, it's it's great for resiliency. If we have a load shed event, as we did this previous year, we could use the batteries to help us shed load while maintaining the power to our residents and businesses. And also, if you're aware where a PSPS might be coming, a public safety power shutoff, we could preserve the power within the batteries to get us to that PSPS. So that way our residents and businesses will be less affected by PSPS. We expect that the project will be around 50 to 60 million in capital costs and about approximately 1.5 million a year in operating. These are big numbers, but we have random numbers. And although, you know, batteries are expensive, with all the benefits, they still make financial sense based on the analysis that we completed. And we'll get into a lot more detail with you on those numbers in June, July. We're still negotiating with the vendor, so we can't get into all those details just yet. But of course, when it's time to award the contract, we'll have everything for you. So putting everything together, we go back to our load growth and our ramp, the projects that are coming in. And what we started doing as well is figuring out where our projects, when and how our projects need to be built to accommodate that load growth. You can see the South Loop project in there, which we are actively working on and should be under construction pretty soon. We have to do some work to NRS, which is our other receiving station. Then you see SRS, KRS, as well as other improvements. And once again, this is not everything. We have a much more comprehensive plan, but this gives you a flavor of how everything has to line up, how we've been working over the last few months. Once we determined we had this load growth that we needed to accommodate, and when the team has been doing to make sure we have a complete package to get us there. So as you can imagine, based on all the info you saw, there are going to be a lot of upcoming items that you're going to be looking at. But before I start, I do want to acknowledge that this has been a big team effort. And I think great work from staff once we identified this as an item we needed to address, to look at the constraints, look at the needs, and develop the actions needed to really get the process going. And just looking at what's happened with the CEC, CAISO, PG&E over the last year just shows how much progress has been made in addition to all the projects that have been identified. So we will continue that work with CAISO, CEC, and PG&E. Of course, as I mentioned, we'll provide you an update on the final system growth plan. We'll do an informational item for you on that. And we'll use our council-approved design master agreements to start the design process on a number of these projects. In June, July, we'll have the battery storage contract for you that we're all very excited about. And as well as there'll be many future council construction contract awards that you will be considering as we develop these projects. In budget, there'll be a number of budget actions as part of the budget process. In fact, this current budget does include some initial fundings for some of these larger projects. And in summary, it is a lot. It's approximately $230 million for construction contracts for the 16 projects that we identified internally, and about $60 million for the battery contract. And all these projects will be funded by a combination of our load development fee, which is paid by new development, and rates, since they're both a combination of growth and maintenance and replacement. I do want to note one last time that one thing we're looking at is possible financing of approximately $120 million worth of those projects. And because it probably makes the most sense, we're looking at the two big projects that we finance, the receiving stations, SRS and KRS. And of course, you know, this is still a good time to finance. So that's something we're starting to look at, and it's something that will probably come your way in the near future. So with that, that concludes the staff presentation, and I'm available for questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very, very comprehensive report. I'll let the council go through first, and then I have some questions. Thank you, Manuel. So we'll start with Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Manuel. I am really concerned about cybersecurity and cyber threats. What is the plan for that?
Yeah, so we have a full team that's called our system support team, as well as we have a consultant that supports us on that. These are more infrastructure projects related to growth and capacity. We have a whole separate program for what we call our system support and cybersecurity. And we can certainly get you more details on that as part of our next quarterly update, in addition to our focus, which was going to be the rebates. Actually, council recently awarded a contract for our consultant support that supports us in cybersecurity. So we have a whole different program. We also have funding that's separate from this funding that we have identified here to continue to increase our cybersecurity program, and we can get you additional follow-up details on that.
I'd just like to suggest that conversations around cybersecurity, we could have those in closed session instead of as part of the quarterly report.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Well, we can prepare for that, Manuel.
Thank you, Deanna.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I will say, Manuel, way to go. This is excellent, and I'm really thrilled about the battery project, because not having to use transformers and having something within the grid is so smart as far as our battery storage. It's essentially an electrical, oops, sorry, hit the button. It's an electrical reservoir right here within town, which is very smart to handle our peak load. And I just want to commend you that first off, you did a very good job of a lot of information very fast. And I like that you've thought through a lot of our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hardy. I do want to note, thank you for bringing that up, that one thing we did do in the RFP as well is we went out, and it gives us the flexibility to even expand beyond those 50 megawatts if we need to, without having to do another selection process. So if we see a need where we need more than 50 or more than 50 makes sense, we have the ability to expand beyond that, and we have identified additional sites where we can do that. So I wanted to share that with you. I know I was going a little fast because of the time, but that was an additional note that I skipped that you gave me the opportunity to speak to.
Excellent. Thank you. Good planning.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Manuel, great job. Great update. Especially at this time of night, you know, you're a champ. You know, you're sticking with us. So I really appreciate it. And you know, one of the biggest things that I really push on, you know, when I was running as a candidate was a lot of infrastructure. You know, let's start fixing those issues, and you're doing it, and you're doing things that I want to see. So good job, kudos, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll definitely will let the team know. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Just a quick question, Manuel. I know one of the last strategic plans that you brought forward, there was a plan for the electric vehicle chargers. How are we doing on that?
Yeah, you know, we're doing well. We recently installed an additional 10 or so chargers. I'll have to go back and ask staff how many exactly. I know we put in a notice letting the public know. In addition to that, because of this month, we're actually doing free electricity for a period of time as well. So I will make sure, so it's advancing. And it'll continue to advance. We still have a few more to go, but it has grown since the last one, which I think when we had the groundbreaking in front of City Hall, and we had all the cars wrapped. So we have done about 10 or so additional ones, and I can follow up and get you the exact numbers.
Okay, no worries. Thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you.
That was a famous video we all made with charging our cars in front of City Hall. Yes, that if you missed it, you can try to find that. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Manuel. Appreciate the report, and we are, as always, we are proud of SVP and all the staff and all the work you are doing. Quick question. I know you mentioned approximately $230 million expansion plan plus the 60 million battery plan, right? So it's almost 300 million, and we need around $120+ million for financing down the line. So when do you think this financing will be required? Like next year, 2 years from now?
Yeah, no, we don't have an exact time frame for you yet, but we expect we'll be within a year. We'll be looking at that financing program. If we are going to finance, it will be for the 2 receiving stations, and we're starting work on those receiving stations in the next few months. So we're looking at probably a year time frame or so before we're back with you around that range, maybe sooner, maybe later, but not much further than that because those designs will start very soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So Manuel, I have a question. Looking at the growth of SVP, how are we doing compared to, it looks like we're on a growth trajectory. How are we doing compared to other utilities in terms of our growth and for us?
Of course, I'm only familiar with the utilities I work with on a regular basis. And I can tell you that no one that I'm aware of has this kind of growth that's occurring, especially at this level when you're looking at almost doubling over the next decade. So it's unprecedented in many other places. Utilities, I go to the NCPA meeting every month. They're dealing with actually losing growth, not having growth, and actually losing capacity, and looking at rates increasing even more because of that. So this is pretty unique to Santa Clara and pretty unique to SVP. And I can tell you many utilities are very jealous.
And okay, well, that's good for us. And then looking at what's coming in the future, what are you projecting for us? Still climbing?
Yeah, if you look at, obviously we have a lot of residential development. Some of the big drivers are data centers. And we would expect this to continue to climb. When you look at the load growth table, it's based on the specific load ramp, because obviously, if you build a 99 megawatt data center or a 50 megawatt data center, it doesn't load overnight. So this assumes a certain load that's going to be happening over the next 10 years, but then that will continue to go up. And then we expect that additional projects will want to come into the city as well. So that's why the long-term plan is also so important for us. It's the near term of what we need to know, we need to do now, because we know these projects are here and in some cases under construction, but also long term, as we look at future land uses, how much additional growth is going to occur. And we do this modeling on a yearly basis, and we'll have to continue to work with the CAISO to see how the growth is changing. I'll tell you, Mayor, one of the things we're doing now that we hadn't done in the past, just because we want to track this closely, is we're tracking how our load ramp is changing on a monthly basis to see how it's really changing, not just before it was done once a year, but we're going to be doing it monthly now, how people are loading up to see how this graph continues to change.
So in terms of not only keeping our rates low, because we are achieving such success in SVP, but we seem to be providing such a service to Silicon Valley businesses, and that in terms of reliable power and lower rates as well. We're very important, I guess, is what I want to say in Silicon Valley in terms of the electricity that we provide.
Yeah, and I think when I spoke to the CAISO in March to talk about the load growth, I think that's one of the items that connected with the board, is the fact that this work and the projects that are happening here are so important. And the way I phrased it to them, that a lot of the work, especially some of the data centers that come to the city, are not important just to the Bay Area economy and California economy, but to the global economy. And that was a huge component of it. So you're 100% right. And as I mentioned, I think that that was something that really connected with them, just the importance of the service that's provided with this type of land uses in the city.
Right, on so many levels. So thank you for that. I see Councilmember Park has comments or questions.
Yes, thank you. So I'm actually concerned about that, which is we are providing a good service, and lower prices will, of course, increase use. There's something called Jevons Law, which says when a resource becomes easier to consume, we consume more. And as we're converting our car fuel over to electricity, and we're converting our water heaters over to electricity and everything over to electricity, I'm worried that the usage curve will actually increase greater than the projections. And the only way to combat that is to actually find ways to reduce use while we're converting more uses over. And have we looked into that part of the equation? reducing the use?
Yeah, so we have a lot of programs to help businesses reduce use. We also provide rebates to be more efficient with electricity. So yeah, so we look at both ends. We do have a number of programs and provide financial incentives for our customers to reduce use as well.
Okay, is that it, Councilmember Park?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, I have a really quick question. Thank you, Mayor. From Manuel. It's well, I don't know if you watched the Planning Commission meeting the other night. It was a very hot topic about data centers, which, I won't get into a lot of, but looking at that chart you just had there, I think it was the one after this, and things are going forward, we're seeing a lot of growth. Is this for more data centers in mind, or because since there's already 50 something, or is this to accommodate the growth we've already had?
Yeah, this growth here, actually, when we put together, this is based on the modeling that was provided as part of our process with CAISO. All the projects here, I believe, except for 2, already have city entitlements. So it's growth that it's already entitled within the city. And as we move forward, we'll look at additional projects that might be coming in and additional projects that might be loading up as well. So we do this every year, and we'll check in load growth on a monthly basis now. But actually, if you look at the projects on this list here, just that I'm using as examples, I believe all but 2 of them already have land use entitlement. So that gives you an idea that it's not future projects, it's projects that already have gone through the process in the city. Some of them will be coming to the council for substation agreements for that part of the process, but most of them do have city entitlements already.
Okay, great. Thank you, Manuel.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Following up on that, Manuel, what is our mix of residential versus business uses as of now? And what it would be when we have expansion of around 1200 megawatt, basically?
I have not done the math to see what it will be in the future, because obviously, if I go to the project list, oops, that we showed. We actually also have, the big specific plants, which are significant, right? You got Tasman East, which is about 24, El Camino about 55, and Patrick Henry 35. So I haven't done the math on the future. I can tell you right now, residential is about 7% of our load.
Oh, okay.
And so it's less than 10%.
Less than 10%. Okay, and we anticipate almost the same, or maybe it can touch 10 or maximum 15, probably.
I would have to go and add the numbers up, and probably what I would do what I can do is when we come with the expansion plan, we can run those numbers and see what we think it will be over maybe the next 5 years. I wouldn't want to go much farther than that, than the 5 years, because obviously it's all private development as well, right? So some things might get ahead of others, but percentage-wise, we can get you a range of what we think it will be in 5 years.
Okay, and out of the 93% currently, like what is the data center consumption?
It's around 55 to 60%.
55 to 60%. Okay, thank you. And but future, I'll come back to you for future later on.
Yeah, now that I know you're interested in that info, we will take a look at it, and we'll give you our estimate of what we think that breakdown will be after the 3 to 5 year time frame.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else? Any comments? You're not asking us for any action, are you, Manuel?
I am not. This is just our quarterly report.
Are you sure you don't have anything else to say? It's after 11, and now's your time. I know you waited several weeks to do this.
No, I appreciate.
You're still awake, Manuel?
Still 100% awake. Look, it's a beautiful day behind me.
I know, I've been staring at it like a zombie right now. But anyway, I'm sorry you couldn't give this earlier, because I would have loved for our public that's still awake to be able to hear this. But
no,
anyway.
and I do appreciate, Mayor, I know it's late, and you and the council taking the time to hear the item. Obviously, we have some some pretty significant things that we're working on, and I really wanted the opportunity to present it to you and let you know what was coming in the next few months.
Right. I'm hoping that people will be able to watch this at a reasonable hour as well. So thank you so much. Oh, Councilmember Jane, you have some final comments?
I think the recommendation here is note and file.
That's what
So
I
I
was
don't
just
know
going
if
to
that's
say.
our action. And then we do have a member of the public who's waiting.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Let's go to the public. We have, sorry, hold on. Lance. Go ahead, Lance.
Good evening, council members. It's been a long night. Thanks for letting me speak a second here. Yeah, I'd recommend those who haven't seen the last Planning Commission meeting, you may want to watch it. It brought up a lot of interesting concerns around our expansion of data centers within the city and our power needs as we're moving forward. And I think this is a great presentation to get an idea of where SVP is moving. I still am extra concerned around the estimates around growth of electrical drain and use by even just public. The EV conversion from gas cars to electric is accelerating. It's not a line, it's a curve, and it's accelerating upwards year after year now. So when the standard residents are being asked to move away from natural gas, they're being converted to electric cars, and the data center growth within the city is increasing, I can see our power usage accelerating faster than that curve. It seemed a little bit conservative on where it might need to be in the next few years. Perhaps they could comment on what estimates they're using for these kinds of conversions and how we could adapt on a quick basis. Also, how are we going to prevent PG&E prices from coming in and driving our Silicon Valley power prices as we start to tap them more in the near future if we have higher peak times. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Do we have any other public members before I go back to Manuel? Okay, I don't see any. Manuel, did you have a comment on that, the last speaker?
Yeah, so sorry. Something happened to my signal there, but I think you can hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. No, something funny started happening here. Yeah. I thought the computer was going to sleep. Yeah, so
Oh, it's just us. Okay, go ahead.
So the EV conversion it's just because of the size of our load, it's not a huge component in comparison to some of the other things that are happening, but that's included as part of the load growth. When we look at load growth, we do look at future EVs and what the EVs are going to require. But I do have to note that in comparison to some of the other things I showed you, is not a huge percentage of the growth. The other part was relating in relation to PG&E Power and what they charge. Obviously, their prices are different than our prices, and PG&E does, they're an investor-owned utility, and they do things differently than that. The one thing that will always affect us, and I have shared this with council in the past, didn't get into too much detail today, is the TAC, or the transmission access charges. So those transmission access charges continue to increase every year. We expect that they'll continue to increase, and that's going to continue to affect our rates. But we still every year been able to maintain our increases at a very low level. So that's something we're always keeping an eye on, and I always highlight that for you as part of our presentation, as part of the budget process.
Okay, thank you, Manuel. And I don't see any more members of the public, so we'll go back to the council.
Do you want a motion to note and file then?
Yes, is there a second?
I'm making that
motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilmember Hardy. We have a second from, was it Councilmember Becker?
Councilmember
Jane. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park. Councilmember Park.
Yes, can you not hear me?
There you go. I can hear you now. Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Manuel.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to ask the council if we could move up item 9 and then continue item 8 to our next meeting at the beginning of the meeting instead of the very end. Because if we're going to talk about selling property, we shouldn't do it after 11 at night. So I'm going to ask the council if we could continue item 8 to the next meeting in the beginning, and then just hear item 9 and then adjourn for the rest of the evening. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, so this item has been postponed twice already. So I think that item 8 should be heard now. I don't think it'll take very long. And
it's a long report. I disagree with you. It's a long report. So if we're going to hear item 8, we'll just keep going on. I'd like to hear item 9 first, though. So we can, this public member has waited over 5 hours. And then we can hear your report if you insist on it.
I believe staff has also waited for a long time for item 8.
Fine. That's fine. We'll go all night then, but I want to hear the public member first in item 9. So I'm going to move up item 9 and then we'll go back to 8. So item 9 is action on a written petition submitted by Kurt Vartan requesting elected city council members to be required to turn on video during virtual council meetings. And I'm going to remind the council, we're not here to discuss it. It's just to place it on the agenda, whether or not we'd like to place it on the agenda. Mr. Vartan, are you here?
Yes. Hi.
Hi, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for the lateness of the hour. I'm sorry. Should have moved you up earlier.
It's okay. No, I appreciate the time and consideration. So thank you for putting this on the agenda for tonight. So the basic gist of the written petition is, if you're going to be participating in public for the public, you should be visible to the public. I felt this way for a few months. I've stated this publicly in council meetings during public presentation. No action has actually been done on that, which is why I brought it up formally. And being on camera to me is no different than being on the dais. If we were in person, as normal days would be, this wouldn't even be a discussion. You would just be there and we would see you just like we do in council chambers. And I would actually extend this a little bit to ask if, council members, when you're on committees as well, whether you're stadium authority or the committees the subcommittees that you're on, commissioners that are representing public interests, all be willing to be on camera. I'm not really sure what the hesitation is. And while Facebook may not show everyone all the time, Zoom does. So when you tune into the Zoom window, you see all the council members there. And think of Zoom as kind of like the participants that go to the chamber during council meetings, the ones that actually participate in person, the public members that actually sit in the audience. That's like the people that take extra time to go onto Zoom and to see every council member, so we can see how involved the council members are and really feel the meeting. And I'm not suggesting that 100% of the time you're always on and you start clocking every second, but it should be the vast majority of the time. And I don't really know why that wouldn't be the case. And City Hall has lots of room and lots of bandwidth. And I would hope that this is at least put up for discussion for the council on an official agenda item so you could take action. Thanks very much for hearing my concern.
Okay, thank you very much. So I agree with you. I think we should all be on camera, and I'm hoping actually that we are going to be going back in person pretty soon so that the council members, the public can see us all in person on the dais. And I'm hoping that can happen before the end of the year. So, so I think this is worthy of being agendized. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to go ahead and just make a motion then to place this written petition on a future council agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second? Okay, I'll second it for discussion. Doesn't look like you're going to get a second. So, all right. So there's a motion and a second to put it on a future agenda. Councilmember Hardy.
I would say that when I first started out teaching online, I felt the same way, but I found that the more people that are on any situation or any system, if you keep your camera on, it does slow it down and causes problems. And there's some realities. So I don't think it's as important. And even with school, I've had to go with just show me your face for roll call and then we're done. So that's why I don't think I could support this.
Not even if they're elected by the people. I don't think 7 members on a city council is gonna destroy the Zoom system. Anyways, that's pretty much a fact. Is there any member of the public that wants to speak on this? About putting it on the agenda?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have a public comment and an e-comment, if you'd like
Okay,
me to
go
read
ahead.
those now.
Sure.
The e-comment from Susan Hinton states the following. Public figures should be visible during public business. A city council meeting is a public event, not a private business meeting nor a personal encounter. Please turn on your cameras. I would also suggest that people commenting live during the public comment part of the meeting should similarly be asked to turn on their camera. End of comment.
Thank
And
you.
The other comment was an email received. This is from Carol. It states, I want to support Kirk Bartan's petition. Please make it a requirement for the council to have video on for meetings. Kevin Park is clearly showing a lack of respect and transparency. End of comment.
Okay, thank you for those. You have a public person. Bob, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Mayor and Council. I do appreciate the majority of the council showing themselves on camera, especially when they speak. It does show respect for the public. I might have missed something. I know this is just placing it or supposed to place it on a future agenda, but is there a reason, maybe it was stated before, that obviously Councilmember Park is not showing himself on camera? Has that ever been stated before?
I don't know. Is that the end of your comment?
I was hoping that there was an answer to that, why he's not showing himself to the public.
I think he would have to answer that.
I don't even know if he's here online, Mayor, without seeing him. That's the issue.
He is online. Yes, he's online. Okay. Thank you. Any other member of the public? Okay, Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. I understand that this is a big concern. I think that people who do follow the meetings that I go to know a little bit of the situation, which is I've got really bad internet, and it's not something that I can resolve easily without going outside of standard resources. City IT has tried to help. City IT has verified that we've got a problem, and there have been a lot of meetings where I do show my face and then explain what the situation is and try to continue on as much as I can until inevitably we do run into bandwidth issues. And as a result, like I have no problem being at city council chambers. I remember when being in city council chambers when we used to have meetings till 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I have no problem being here. In fact, just so people know, I am here right now. And again, I came here, I did not start here in city council chambers. I came here during a break, but I started near my house where I don't have that kind of, I don't have the internet equality that I would love to get. And that's my reason for not being on camera from the very beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker. And again, we're supposed to talk about just putting this on the agenda for discussion at a later time. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I mean, I agree that, we should be on camera. I try to be on camera as much as I can. And I'll admit, probably just a while ago, I was off camera stuffing my face with my dinner because I didn't want you all to see me stuffing my face. because I want to go to bed without heartburn tonight. So, I mean, I understand some of those things. I totally understand Councilmember Park's position. I totally understand where Kirk is coming from. You know, I think it should be all in the will of the person who is on camera. It is up to that person's decision to be on camera. And I really personally don't feel I should be telling somebody that they should be on camera, but I advise them they should be. At the same time, I mean, I would like to hear maybe more of a discussion about it, but you know, the other factor of it is that we have that choice, and hopefully soon, rather than later, we will be inside council chambers again, where we will not have to have this discussion. Until then, you know, I really hope that we would be on camera. But then I understand a lot of the issues of equity issues. I mean, earlier today when I was coming into the meeting, I had to be on the phone to get to the meeting because I was stuck in traffic trying to get to the 4 o'clock meeting. So there's times where I won't be on camera. But then again, equity issues, you know, I work with coworkers that work from home that have issues with the internet, and they're never on camera either. So, but once you said before that it's an elected official, I believe that we should be on the camera. But then again, Councilmember Park has a valid explanation, and I know that neighborhood is a dead zone because I actually used to live maybe a few blocks away from Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I also say that, okay, if we can be on camera, that's good. But if we can't be on camera, at least public is hearing what we want to say. Public is listening to our vote. Public knows we are present or not present. So if we want to impose some of this condition on anyone, then what next, basically? Will we come up with any other new condition? Okay, I want to see my council member in suit every time or something like that. So there are restrictions that we have to understand each council member's position. So, and if I know Council Member Park has dead zone restrictions over there. And sometimes I switch off when I see my internet going down, I switch off my video basically so that at least I can hear it. So I understand these issues, like even my internet is not very stable, but most of the time it is, but sometimes it is not. So I don't think this is a very issue which we should be talking about to make a decision at a council level, because his decision making is not being impaired by being on the camera or not being on the camera. So for that matter, I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember James.
Yeah, so here we are at 11:20 in the evening, and staff, as we know, is very busy. And I imagine that putting this item on an agenda will be quite a bit of staff time. They have to look at the types of penalties that we might impose, what other cities are doing. And I believe that the ultimate really issue here is if the voters don't like what Kevin is doing, they can just unelect him. So I don't really see why there is any reason for us to be spending a lot of staff time on this when we have such a busy agenda. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Didn't I hear Councilmember Park state that he was here at City Hall?
Yes.
If he is, then why is he not on camera? If he has access. So, but I would also like to state that there are cities, councils in the Bay Area where they have policy set where their electeds need to be on camera. They are required to be on camera during council meetings to show their faces and let the public know that they are present. So maybe we need to make a policy then, or put on the agenda that when are we going to come back here to City Hall so that everybody can be seen by the public.
Thank you. City Clerk Hassan Agag.
You're muted, Hassan. Thank you, Simrat. I have a question maybe to the city attorney. I know pre-COVID days, when council members could not attend in person but were attending a meeting remotely, typically the address from where they were attending was included on the agenda meeting, and I don't know if it's part of Robert's rules or part of some regulation around public meeting access, where members of the public would have the ability to be present at any address in which a council member or elected official was conducting or taking a meeting from. I know since COVID happened, obviously, it took us all by surprise, and we're all, dialing in from remote locations or from our homes. So I haven't seen on any of the agendas since COVID, addresses of council members being placed on the agenda. But in terms of the spirit of the law, it's really to, these are public open meetings in which anybody should be able to observe the elected officials conducting their duty in service of the public. So I'm a little curious for the city attorney what the rules are specifically around including addresses and kind of the intent behind the law about access to public officials as they're conducting public business.
Mayor, would you like me to answer the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, the reason, I think what you're talking about is actually the Brown Act. So the Brown Act normally requires the city council to meet in person at City Hall and in public. So the Brown Act does have an exception for telephonic presence at a meeting. And that exception requires that wherever the council member is that is attending the meeting has to be posted as if it were also at City Hall, as if that posting were also at City Hall. So for example, if you're at some vacation home or you're at a hotel room or whatever, you would have to post the agenda, and any member of the public that wanted to attend the meeting from the place where the council member was. So, if a council member was at their house or their apartment, then they would have to post the agenda at their door, and the council member would be allowed to sit in your living room while you're on the telephone watching you at the meeting. So that's the normal way that the Brown Act works. So what happened was when COVID hit, the governor issued an order basically modifying the Brown Act, which allowed for council meetings to occur basically on Zoom. And that's what a lot of California cities have done, is gone to Zoom meetings. And so once that happened, the requirement to post the remote locations of each of the council members was suspended. So the public is not even allowed into the council chambers at this point, and everybody has to attend remotely. But once the governor's order is lifted, then that the original provisions of the Brown Act will go back into effect.
Were there any details in the governor's order around maybe not requiring video, but, again, in the spirit of, if I can go into a public official's vacation home or a hotel room to observe them in public, and of course with the Zoom call was there any guidance around video presence in the Zoom meeting?
I think it just suspended the previous requirements, because under the Brown Act you could attend telephonically, and I think if you recall when we used to do that at the council chambers, we didn't use Zoom. There were just kind of voices coming out of the speakers in the ceiling. So there's no state law that requires you to appear during the council meeting. Having said all that, I just want to remind the council that your own policy says when you have a written petition, you're not supposed to discuss the merits of the petition. You're just simply.
I know. I was trying to just get it on the future agenda. That's what I was trying to do. It's supposed to be a quick item.
So I think if somebody just simply called for the vote, that would be fine, because that's really all you're supposed to be doing.
Okay. To put it on the agenda, Councilmember Becker, your hand is up.
I agree. Let's go to a vote. But I do suggest that, if Kirk wants to go that route, maybe another 0:30, adding an item to the agenda, with the same kind of language that those other cities that Councilmember Watanabe spoke about, because then it has more teeth. But then again, I do think about what City Attorney just said of there is no state law. So just those concerns, but moving forward, if you want to talk about it more, maybe something with real language.
All right, let's go to we have a couple more public members. Lance, go ahead, Lance.
Good evening again. Just in support of Commissioner or Councilman Park. I live across the street from him. We have one bar for both AT&T and Verizon. This is a dead zone. This cul-de-sac has never had good internet. If the city or the public wants to see Kevin, perhaps they consider subsidizing the $200 a month internet cost that we spend for Comcast Business to be able to get around the dead zone and the DSL insufficiencies that we have. I think it's kind of almost prejudicial to single out someone for their technical deficiency at a time when it's absolutely the only option for having a meeting. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean, go ahead.
Why don't we do this one right after we censor Kathy Watanabe? That hasn't come up on the agenda yet. Is that on a forthcoming agenda that was asked for by the public and by a bunch of other people, and that was before this? Or do you have to live outside the city to get that request taken care of? So I think this is absolutely ridiculous. And maybe he's watching his child, you know, has something else he has to be doing on that evening. And what happened to the request of having the council meeting starting at an hour that go back to normal for most working people at 6 o'clock? What happened to that request? Did that get tabled too? Or do you only get the ones that are your favorites? Thank you. I'd like an answer.
Edward, go ahead. Go ahead, Edward Strine.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that my understanding was that the governor can't make orders or laws. And I know the county it's up to the county health official to put restrictions on, you know, the cities within the county. So I don't know if we can just go ahead and bring people back in and just have regular type meetings since the governor cannot make orders and make laws. What are your thoughts on that? Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Does anybody else want to speak on this? Okay, we have a motion and a second to put this item on the agenda for a future agenda. I'm going to support the motion because I do believe that it's respectful to our community when their elected council members can be seen. I've been on the council many times when we're all in public, and if a council member does get up and walk out, the public does not act very kindly towards those council members. They believe that they're not paying attention. So if you know that you're not on camera, whether it's Kevin or anybody else, if you're not on camera, that the public does not know if you're paying attention or what you're doing during their presentations or any presentations. I mean, we're elected, we're paid to be here, and we should show respect for our community and be visible. I know that there's areas of the city that may have less internet than others, but that's why it's important to come down to City Hall. We're all close to City Hall. Kevin is in, Councilmember Parks here right now in City Hall, where there is internet and it is available. And when we come back, we're all going to be expected to be down here all the time just to service the public. I just think it's a matter of respect and showing the public that we're paying attention. That's all, simple as that. So we have a motion and a second to add it to a future agenda. Councilmember Park.
And I understand what, and I'll turn on the video while I'm talking. And I understand what people are saying, and I understand what you're saying as well. But again, I think people are ignoring the other parts, which is you do need the facilities to be able to be on video all the time. And again, I do have a family, I do have a job. I am a working class person. I am not supported by inheritance or monies or investments. I'm supported by my job. So if we can get a balance where I don't have to be with my child while I wait for my wife to come home, and I can come down to City Hall at a reasonable time for a working class person, then I think we've got something to do. And I think that going to City Council would resolve the problem all by itself, without requiring that I have to be someplace with my daughter with better internet until my wife gets home, or until we've got other things to do. So, and of course, it's not an unwillingness to be at City Council. I'd prefer to be at City Council during City Council meetings. In fact, I'd prefer to be at work during work times as well. No disrespect to my family, but right now we've got a situation where we do have meetings that start, inside work times, and I've got a daughter and a wife that I need to make sure are safe while I'm on a meeting. And again, as soon as they are safe and as soon as things are settled, I try to come down here as quickly as I can. And I've been to City Council many times. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have to say, Councilmember Park, there's nothing special about that. I work, I have a family, I make a commitment, and I get down here. I mean, you ran for office. We all ran for office to make this a priority. This is your job. And you can decide whether you want to be on camera or not, but there's many of us up here who work, who have families, and who still have made the commitment to be here. So I just have to say, everybody can come down to City Hall. In fact, you're going to be required pretty soon to come down to City Hall. And the facilities are here. The internet is here. It's all here. So, and it's no more than 10 minutes from everybody's house to come down here, and it's convenient. So I'm just saying there's nothing different from you by having a family. And I'm not sure what job you have, but you said you had a job and a family. So do I. And I'm still here at all ungodly hours. Look, it's almost midnight right now, and I have a 7:30 tomorrow morning. So, we all make the sacrifices, but that's what we signed up for. That's why we got elected, to be here and to deal with the public and to show the public we're interested and have enough respect to show our face and to show that we're listening to them. And I think that's it. And if you don't want to do that, it looks to me like this vote might go down and the council is not going to make it a priority to show, our faces to the public. That's up to you. That's really up to you, but I'm going to call for the vote now. So we have a motion and a second to put this item on the agenda. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
No.
Councilmember Hardy.
No.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
No.
Councilmember Becker.
No.
I'm sorry, yes or no?
No.
Thank you. And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So that fails 5-2. So things will continue as they are. I'm sorry, Mr. Bertan, we won't be hearing that item. All right, so does the council really want to move ahead with this next item? It's 20 minutes to 12. I would suggest that we take this item and refer it to the next meeting at the beginning of the meeting. Could we please have a motion to do that?
Motion to
I'll make the
refer
motion to that.
for 8 to the next council meeting, which is May 4th.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to continue discussion on the consideration of the sale of the Loyalton Ranch property to the beginning of the next meeting. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on that continuance? All right, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Thank you. That's continued. So next we have reports of members and special committees. Do we have any reports from our council members? Okay, seeing none. City Manager, Executive Director report.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. So that moves us on to our adjournment. So I have three, so please bear with me. And Councilmember Watanabe is going to read one of them. So I'd like to adjourn this council meeting, April 20th council meeting, in memory of the following individuals. Lucille O'Day Ratterman, mother of Andy Ratterman, board member of the Santa Clara Unified School District. Lucille O'Day Ratterman was born in Sacramento on May 22nd, 1927, to William Joseph O'Day and Elizabeth Mary O'Day. Lucille met her husband, Andrew Ratterman, at the Newman Club at the Cathedral of Blessed Sacrament in Sacramento in 1946, and they were married in 1948. Lucille and Andrew loved to dance and travel, often capturing the world in their sketchbooks. As an accomplished artist, Lucille leaves a legacy of artful creations in oil, watercolor, and pastel. Just as Lucille brought scenes to life on canvas, she also brought color and joy to the lives of all those she knew. She served as a chairperson of the Red Cross in Florence, South Carolina. She also taught children at both St. Anthony Catholic Church in Florence, South Carolina, and St. Victor Catholic Church in San Jose, California. Lucille was always dedicated to her family and will be remembered as she was in life, reading tea leaves, singing an Irish ditty, and taking care of others. Lucille O'Day Ratterman passed away on the morning of March 26, 2021 in Lincoln, California at the age of 93. She was preceded in death by her husband, Andrew, to whom she was happily married for 67 years. She was also predeceased by her sisters, Catherine Lambert, Charlotte Montgomery, and Annie Odbert. She is survived by her two sons and their families, Andrew with Karen and his two children, Andrew and Katie, and George, wife Dawn, and their children, Mary and Nick Carter, and their children, Rye and Avila Carter, William Marie and Molly. She's also survived by her sister, Jane Cook. She will be deeply missed by all who had the good fortune of knowing her. Councilmember Watanabe, you requested Joel Zussman, long-term Santa Clara resident, long-term.
Yes.
Would you like to read that, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Joel Zussman was born on May 6, 1947. Originally from New York, Joel was a long-term Santa Clara resident. Joel graduated from City University of New York and retired from the Air Force after a career in electronics. He loved to bowl at Homestead Bowl. He played for 2 leagues and served as secretary. Even after he couldn't bowl anymore, he was always there to help his bowling teammates, and I was always happy to help them with computer issues. Joel was a frequent visitor to the Reed Street Dog Park and Marcelli Dog Park with his wonderful fur baby, Chewy. He was always up for a chat with a smile on his face and always had a positive disposition. Joel was a true friend to many, but none more than to his friend of 20 years, Frank Chambers. Joel and Frank became good comrades, as Frank was formerly with the U.S. Coast Guard. They supported each other through life's ups and downs over those 20 years. They shared similar health issues and would talk about how they cheated death so many times. Frank shared how Joel always had a great sense of humor and loved to socialize. Joel Zussman passed away on April 4th, 2021. He was predeceased by his beloved wife, Mary Ann. He is survived by his daughter, Caroline Zussman, and her husband, Charles, and beloved grandchildren, Rachel and little Charlie. He was a cherished and special friend to many, especially to his dear friend, Frank Chambers. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And lastly, I'd like to have the council adjourn in memory of Chi Chin Sun Chu, mother of Kansan Chu, former California State Assembly member for District 25 and wonderful friend to the city of Santa Clara. Chi Chin was born in Luang, Anhui Province, China on October 15, 1921, as the second child of Yu Ren Sun and Chi Lan Pan, the younger sister of Qin Ming Sun and the older sister of Qi Ri Sun. She finished high school while escaping the Japanese invasion of Eastern and Central China with her siblings in the late 1930s. She eventually graduated with a bachelor's degree in biology from Yunnan University in Kunming near the end of the Sino-Japanese War. Qi Qin was married to Che Chu, a nationalist Chinese Air Force officer, on May 5th, 1946 in Nanjing, China. The couple and their eldest son, Qiaosheng, retreated to Taiwan with the military in December 1948. Chai Chin was a dedicated wife and mother of 4 who looked after the well-being of the entire family and inspired higher education and strong moral integrity in her children's upbringing. Chai Chin immigrated to the United States with her entire family during the 1970s and had since been a loyal US citizen and a California state resident. Chi Chin Su Chu passed away on April 9th, 2021 in her home in San Jose at the age of 99. She is survived by her loving children, Chao Sheng, Wenson, Kansen, and Jimmy Chu. Grandchildren Jennifer, Wesley, Karen, Anne, Valerie, Walter, and Ellen Chu, and 6 great-grandchildren. She was an inspiration to all who knew her. So if we could please have a motion to adjourn the meeting in all 3 of their memories.
I'll motion.
Second.
A motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Jane. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.